Alright, hello fruity cuties, it's me Kiwi, and I'm back with more Limbus Company. We are playing through the Nocturnal Sweeping event tonight. Really excited, I always love when there's more story content. We're picking up after the events of the LCB regular checkup. So, if you have not gotten up to this point in the story, probably best that you're not, tuning in, unless you just want the vibes. You just want to hang out, you want to have a good time. You're here for the vibes, you're here for the clashes, you're here for the people swinging knives at each other and all that shit. But otherwise, regardless of what you're here for, whether you're lurking, hanging out, or whatever, I'm happy you're here. So we'll just get started. Why is my character model not picking up on certain things? There, I think that's better. I, need to put the barrier down slightly. There we go. Everything's fine now. That's better. I guess we'll just get started, right? It's a lot more upbeat music than I was expecting. All right, Happy New Year. Dante, any idea where that leftover cake from yesterday went? No idea. I mean, why would I know? I can't even eat. Darn. Did Donkey already get her paws on him? Rhodia rubbed her tired eyes, muttering something about how we should have partied in her room instead, and stumbled to the back door. The New Year's came swiftly to the inhabitants of the bus after the various incidents at the LCE. The sinners all came from different backgrounds and parts of the city, but an annual celebration for New Year's seemed to be a thread that connected their cultures together. They began floating the idea of a New Year's party and... Excellent! Then permit me the honor of hosting this banquet. With her usual over-dramatic boast, coupled with the familiar twinkle in her eye, Don Quixote declared that there would indeed be a New Year's party. And thus, it was decided. Again, after all the hell we went through in the back door and whatnot, for the out-of-season Christmas celebration? Ahem. I must insist, for 'twas but an effort to decorate the bus, and intent quite divorced from the active celebration. Don Quixote glanced at Sinclair, sheepishly scratching the back of her head. Hi, Rabbit. Huh? Oh, don't worry about me, really. Haha. Well, 'tis true that mine actions hath brought the consequence, has brought thee quite the distresses. Unintentionally, I might add. Thus I ask thee, wouldst thou not agree that a communal event to mark the occasion might freshen both our spirits and bodies? I can't even begin to imagine her amnesiac self even taking a moment to give a damn about how Sinclair might take it, but I guess with memory came tact. You know, it's our first New Year's together. It sure is an occasion for celebration, huh? Gotta hear that bell go ding. To really mark the tradition of a new year, right? Ah, it seems we shall be welcoming the light of the new year in company of one another. This is indeed a cause for celebration. No bowl of noodles before last night of the year fades. Classic. Such bubbling enthusiasm from ye warmeth mine own heart. Forsooth, the grandiosity of this banquet shall be one for the books. Fireworks most brilliant, enough delicacies to... Charon, where's our next stop? Matthew will be running non-stop for 3 days at least. Only Dum-Dum stop for fast road. So she says. Virgil is smothered with his usual sardonic edge. First one. One fist under his chin. Fine. For next year's celebration, banquet shall be prepared ere the promised hour. Don Quixote's idea of a grand banquet depressingly fizzled into nothingness, but... Rhodia brought out the cakes and cookies she'd stashed in her room so we could at least hold a small celebration for the New Year's together. After that, we all watched the New Year's sunrise, briefly paint the city in gold, then retired to sleep. Whoa. When everyone woke up rubbing their tired eyes, the world outside the bus had completely transformed. There was a behemoth of a structure, bizarre in its presence, and its walls seemingly made of gargantuan steel plates. H Corp? The sinners began to voice their surprise, appropriately so, as what came into view was different from any of the nests we'd passed on our journey thus far. Is that massive structure all one building? If that whole thing's a nest, then where the hell's the backstreets? That's big enough to cover H Corp's territory and then some. And then some. I don't know why I didn't do that. I don't know why I imagine Heathcliff with a Cockney accent. Well, there he goes again, asking dumb questions without ever taking a peep at the guidebook. That's not the nest. That huge box you see over there, that's District 8. We call it Hongyang, the vast garden here at H Corp. The nest lies within the center of the structure, and the backstreets without. Ugh, so they squeeze the entire population of this district in there? Do they not get a ray of sunlight all year round? Huh. Well, at least they... Whoa, what? Oh, man, there's so many accents I have to do. Oh, okay, British. How do I do Cockney? Please, sir, may I... Oh, well, at least they won't have to worry about the rain. Ah, prithee, avail me a sight as well! As the sinners began to gather one by one at the other side of the bus, stirred awake from their late night's rest, I felt my gaze drawn towards Hong Lu. I looked for signs of concern or distress on his face, worried. Wasn't exactly something unique to Hong Lu, but the stories about his past home life we've heard throughout the year, whenever he felt like sharing them, were all consistently and terribly depressing. Yeah, Hong Lu's our next sinner chapter, isn't he? Bro keeps... He's not as much trauma dumping as Angela does, but there's been a bit of mommy drama or daddy issues or something to that effect. Sorry, I'm just saying. Phew, it's not such a bad place once you actually try living here for a while. But his lips, ever so slightly curled upward into a kindly and relaxed smile, are making the same expression as ever. An expression that hasn't changed at all since our first meeting. Maybe it's just a cultural difference, kind of like how Hong Lu can be so nonchalant about things that should give most people pause, but... Actually, no, I'm not helping anyone or anything by entertaining these thoughts. My job at this moment is to keep a close eye on Hong Lu, more so than usual. And if the time comes for me to help him, as the manager, I'll give it my all. Besides... Whoa, this thing's even bigger up close. Verily, I carry no recollection of such a structure so grand, even in past adventures of mine. If my efforts aren't enough, I know I can trust the sinners to lend me a hand. Hey, let me see too. I collected my thoughts and approached the sinners, who were flattened up against the glass window to get a good view. That is really cool art. I like that a lot. It takes like every aspect of like a giant office building and just cranks it up to 11. the duel. Oh, we got our first combat. What team should I run? This is the question of the evening. Do we? I don't know how. I don't think I can take votes. I've got a couple teams to run. I could run Bleed, Sinking, or Kurakumo. I'll run my Blood Fiends. I'm fiending. Oh, we're chain battling. Okay, well.
제 차례인가요? 말뚝을 쑤셔 넣어 주죠.
Aye. That's not what I wanted.
말뚝을 쑤셔 넣어 주. 몸 좀 풀어 볼까요?
There we go. Run it. Once we left the bus. Oh man, I can't believe we had to get off the bus here. We have to make a formal complaint against H Corp for this crap. What the hell were they thinking doing shoddy construction work at the entrance of the highway that leads straight into the nest? Many causes there may be to such construction projects yet. Perhaps an early warning sign. Our approach to the site would have been sensible. Were it not for young Sharon's most valiant drifting, oh, I shudder to even imagine the terrible possibilities. 'Twould have been most awful end to an adventure. It's no surprise that the sinners had all a piece of their mind to speak. As we drove up to the entryway, we unexpectedly came across a mess of badly put together steel plates blocking our path in the middle of the road. Charon quickly spun the bus around, which meant everyone ended up being thrown around like ragdolls. Good thing there was another road off the highway that leads to the city, right? I bet Sharon would have tried to reverse gear all the way back to the last interchange. But looks like we'll be going through all these winding alleyways to get to the nest. It's so dark in here. We were greeted by a dark street upon disembarking from the bus, illuminated only by faint strands of light. It was immensely obvious we found ourselves in the backstreets of H Corp. Look pretty unimpressive from the outside, but it's no different from the other backstreets inside, eh? Yep, it's a familiar sight. I gotta say, it's getting real old. I ask thee, is the nest of this district shrouded in darkness as well? No, these particular sites are limited to the backstreets of District 8. The backstreets of this district weren't very different from the other ones we had visited in the past. People hurrying through the streets as though they were being chased by something. People scowling and glaring at the ground with some sickness or discomfort, scenes all too common in every corner of the city. There was one thing about this place that stood out from the other districts, however. It kind of reminded me of the former G Corp soldiers back in District 4. What? What do you mean? You mean those fellas? The growths on their flesh appeared too organic to be prosthetics. Some of them had odd protrusions or nodules bulging from their skins as well. Not at all, Manager Bud. They look like they haven't all mutated in the same pattern, like into odd insectoid form, for example. We need a Gregor rerun. Run it back. We need to find out more about his mommy issues. Well, I guess I should commend you for not looking at them through a biased lens. He was my favorite sinner, so I was really happy he was the first, but I was really sad that his was pretty bad, all things considered, because you don't really find out that much about him. You are observing the aftermath of District 8's distinctive method of treatment. Oh, so this is where the rumors about that bluish healing ointment come from. Apparently they can cure any flesh wound after just one night dressed in bandages? Seems that certain misconceptions must be addressed. They are variations of H Corp's singularity, the bolus. The bolus? She is likely referring to the medicines brewed and kneaded into ball-shaped pills. Correct. H Corp, or the Hongyang Bioengineering Group, mainly manufactures boluses that contain essences of treatment. The boluses may be taken orally, ground with water into a paste, and applied directly to the affected area, or dissolved in water, soaked into bandages, and wrapped around the necessary area for treatment. Ah, so I guess the rumors transform as they travel. Oh, I see. I was just thinking about how they do things back at the, H Corp. The focus of H Corp's technology is the reversal or recovery of one's conditions. Returning to the original state is the key word for their treatment. It is no rare sight to find the unique techniques and technology developed independently by the inhabitants of the backstreets of District 8 using the manufactured boluses. The treatments are not individually customized for each patient. Instead, their focus is on selecting the appropriate technique from a myriad of choices to address the deficiencies in their statuses. Perhaps one could choose the words transformation or evolution as more illustrative descriptor of the method of treatment. So that's what counts as treated? The crowd Sinclair was pointing at certainly appeared unhurt, as if none of them were bleeding or walking with a limp, but many of them appeared dazed, staring blankly at nothing or scratching absent-mindedly at their mutated parts. Ah, they must be the regulars. Unexpectedly, we found our answer not far from Faust, not from Mersault, not from Mersault, but from Honglu. The regulars. Yes, I've heard of them as a child, people who've grown too accustomed to visiting the clinics in search of their mystical treatments. The regulars might appear more intimidating than most people at first glance, but apparently all the side effects they've been stacking changes them in strange ways. It is highly likely that interoperation conflicts or issues will arise when applying highly disparate wow, okay, why can't I not read today? When applying highly disparate treatments methods to a single body. Disparate? Highly disparate treatment methods to a single body. Or so you have too much language, bro. At least it's a cheaper alternative for people who didn't sign up for the life insurance. You speak of life insurance? Yes, life insurance. There's a special insurance option to bring the client back to life upon the event of their death. So the irony isn't lost on me, but I thought resurrecting people was one of the head's taboos? The head does not consider the revival via life insurance to be a violation of their non-resurrection taboo. It is likely that, on a technical level, this revival is actually categorized as brain resurrection, as opposed to full resurrection. Degradation of its functions considered, of course. Another fatal downside to this technology is that, unlike the manager's clock winding, the subject cannot be brought back if their brain is destroyed. Also, there is a risk of significant losses in the process of information transference. Losses, huh? So maybe some of their mutations could be more than just the side effects of these treatments. Maybe. But I heard it takes more than 1 or 2 revivals to change that much. And since apparently people in the backstreets could never even dream of paying consistent life insurance renewal rates, so after all, who would sign up for insurance if using its service could reduce them to such pitiful states? Yeah, they appear pathetic and pitiful to you rich bastards, don't they? You'll soon be in the same boat as them. So save some pity for yourself. Identify yourself. The stranger's voice cut through our discussion. Like a foreign instrument, we turned to find a large group of people who were clearly up to no good. You must be the young master of that high and mighty Jia family, eh? I can tell by looking at your pretty face. Your friend, Songlu? No. I haven't had much a chance to get acquainted with the people from the backstreets, so nope. Never met him before. Of course you haven't. Too busy living large, playing gods in a whole different world from us plebs, huh? Not that it matters. We're just here to take the thing you brought here for the submission to the family hierarch evaluation. The what evaluation? Okay, there's clearly been a misunderstanding. There's quite a lot of them. We're not off to a great start here, huh, man? Actually, no. It'd be a violation of our office's core values to jump them like we're some common thugs. I, Shansan, third son of the Triax office, challenge Jia Biao of the Jia family to a duel. Our wager will be that the winner can take anything they want from the loser. Wait, what do you mean a duel? Duel? I have heard tales that duels of the honorable fixers of the Sync Association Eastern Branch announced their intent to duel by stating their affiliation and name instead of casting their gauntlets. And the pamphlet that young Ishmael had presented to me earlier presenteth the truth that the Triax office is indeed an office of the East, though they are indeed of lesser quality. 'Tis a true, genuine, accurate declaration of a duel that we behold. So, it's just a fancy way of saying 1v1 me. Let's go, innit? I mean, this guy doesn't look too tough. What do you think, Faust? Agreed. This individual does not seem to possess any particularly exceptional skills that may pose difficulties for Hong Lu. I think it's going to be okay. I'll be back in a minute, Dante. You sure this is okay? I don't think you're gonna lose against him, but, you know, just in case? No worries. I have some childhood experience with duels myself. I've done about 10 of them, I think. Ha! So the rich boy's dabbled in some duels, has he? I think you misunderstand. I meant to say that I've done about 10 of them a day. Oh, but grandmother sometimes let me skip them, so it might have been slightly fewer than that on some days. Oh. Okay, Honglu. What? I, Honglu of the Limbus Company. No. I, Bayu of the Jia family, accept this duel. Honglu stepped forward confidently as the opponent was processing what he just heard. For a moment, Honglu stood there in a stance that did not express even a hint of aggression before curiously cocking his head to the side. Sorry, are we waiting for something? Oh, so I always let the opponent get the first 2 moves in duels. Please, don't hesitate. Let me, you little... Your cocky pride shall be your downfall! The man who introduced himself as Shan Shan leaped towards Honglu. Then, after about a minute... How is this happening? Unlike Shan San, who was throwing punches and swings with boiling hot passion, Honglu was effortlessly gliding between his opponent's strikes like he was out on a picnic. As though this was but a leisurely stroll through a garden. Whenever Shansang threw a powerful punch, Honglu redirected it to the side with ease, the fist only grazing his clothes. We were mesmerized by the feathery light movements of his hands and feet that effortlessly glided through the air until after one blink and you'll miss it moment, we realized that Shansang was already face down on the ground, defeated. Oh! Young Honglu! Hast thou been concealing thy full strength in our presence? Oh, no, I wouldn't say that. I've always put my all into every fight. Yet, to defeat a foe so soundly, to dance with such grace between his strikes, 'twas as though you were dueling someone whose skill may only measure against a child's. But most of our fights happen in environments with a lot of variables, and we usually fight against enemies with all kinds of unexpected weapons and powers. You read him. Already familiar with that fool's moves? Oh, yes. One of my Buyu instructors use similar techniques as this gentleman here. Practice makes perfect, and perfection makes an expert, right? Right, but I'm not sure that's entirely relevant here. Well, anyways, looks to me that he soundly kicked your behind in this duel. Let us through, why don't you? And preferably do not do the thing I think you're about to do. This duel wasn't overseen by a notary office anyway, and our employer's not gonna let this failure slide if we just leave. Heh, don't just sit there, move your asses and jump them. Pathetic. I can kind of see how we're becoming experts at getting jumped. With bitter cry of the defeated, his gang rushed towards us. Fight time! Fight! 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 I love fighting! I love fighting! I love fighting! I love violence!
두려움을 모르는 건 나쁘지 않습니다만 또 무식하게
Okay.
공격하실 거라면 전 빠지겠습니다.
Oh, okay. How do I want to set this up? Might as well go in swinging, huh? Dang, they got some beefy guards.
어쩐 일로 진짜 도움이 되는 걸 걸치고 오셨네요. 이대로 몰아넣으시죠.
We gotta set up for. I gotta get Gregor taking some hits. No, we'll save that. We'll save for a full res. There we go. We'll do kind of a defensive turn. Let our resonance carry us. Bonk, bonk. Alright, now it's time to start putting pedal to the metal. Actually, one more turn. One more turn. Then we'll do our full lost res. Come on, there we go. Alright. Now it's violence time. Okay, well, maybe not full lost res. Because we kind of got some people down. Really? We're not gonna get a second wave, huh? Alright. When in doubt, orange it out. We're just poor babies.
앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
They didn't know what hit them. Clearly, this isn't a great start, fellas. Never easy, is it? Hey, at least we got a nice warm-up. It wasn't all bad. I don't know, this seems more serious than our usual street brawls. Wishmeal's right, they weren't your everyday thugs who pick fights with random people for no good reason. They were contracted by someone to specifically target and eliminate Hong Lu. And given how open they were about their intent, calling it a contract doesn't seem likely. Doesn't seem like whoever gave them the contract was... Oh, oops. Wasn't exactly going for subtlety. Then maybe this was what Jia Sheng Xisheng, I've never said that out loud, Zisheng, was talking about way back when she mentioned surviving as heirs. Whoever's behind this must have a bone to pick with Hong Lu. Indeed, it seems we must expect more skirmishes like this going forward. Alas, was the trial not... Well, okay, whatever you said, Don. Not the point. Think on it a little more. Seems like they're assuming that Hong Lu has brought something here in order to participate in that family hierarchy evaluation. And there's no reason to assume that we've seen the last of them. They're going to try again to take out the competition. A highly accurate assessment of the situation by the executive manager. I expected no less from someone of your genius. Going for the classics of brown-nosing today, Otis. Since when was it brown-nosing to compliment a job well done? Do you not expect... This insane conversation is most riveting, but I would prefer some silence while we wait. It seems that the company foresaw such difficulties. They've sent you a support team to help handle this issue. Weird voices coming from behind us, from where Virgil is pointed. My, you guys haven't learned how to stick to the plan, have you? It really threw me off when I was told to meet you in some backstreets location, away from our agreed rendezvous point. A familiar voice, a voice we could not forget. Been a while, everyone. Hi, I'm here too. We turned around to follow where they were coming from, and recognized the two people we've been hoping to see again. Yay! We haven't seen Pilot in a while. Where's Saude? Did Saude die? I don't think Saude died, right? Ooh, we got a bonus. We got a thick cylinder. Bro. Okay, no Gamba yet. No Gamba yet. No Gamba yet. We got a lot of story to get through. Saude? And hey, Pilot, right? What's wrong? It's like you're already looking at a ghost. Pilot, didn't you tell me that you shared my news with them the last time? I did. I sure did, man. Oh, yeah, he did. I'm very glad they're not dead. After the oops, sorry, Bucky. After the whole like Yuri incident, I was a little not very confident in because that was my first Project Moon experience. Where Bucky's here. I need to move. Because that was my first Project Moon experience, was basically Yuri was getting the whole true, hey, this game hates you and you're going to die, everything you love is going to die. But yeah, I'm afraid of Bucky too. Look at this terrifying beast. You creature. The sinners each recovered from the initial shock of seeing them again. And soon their faces began to bloom with relieved smiles. Well, good to see that things haven't changed much around here. Saude, we're so glad to see you're okay. Tick-tock to you too. Good to see your gears are turning just fine. Saude smiles with a familiar grin. She did not seem to have changed much since the last time we met, save for a few minor differences. Her outfit and her badge, for example. Last I recall, you were promoted, yes? Allow me to congratulate you. Yeah. Or the hints of melancholy hanging from her smile and flickering in her eyes. Hey. I am merely congratulating her on her promotion and offering a recognition of her excellent accomplishments. I don't see what your problem is here. But we all know the meaning of that promotion carries. Indeed. And it is very profound. After all, what meaning is there to a promotion attained without spilling some blood? You're a real piece of work. Let me ask you something then. If everyone behaves like you do around her, tiptoeing around the facts, keeping it hush-hush about what happened, where is she going to get the bare minimum of the recognition and the consolation she deserves? Hush-hush would have been nice. I've even overheard some of them whisper that I'll let my partner die just so I can snag a promotion. So in that regard, I appreciate that, Otis. If we're being technical, I did die, except my brain was intact. Not even H Corp's regenerative ampules could have revived me if it wasn't. Then did Effie also... Apparently they went right for Effie's head when they stabbed him with the prosthetic. Oh. According to the coroner's autopsy. No! H Corp, ampules, life insurance, neither of them can revive someone with a damaged brain. It is what it is. Anyways, let's not dwell on the depressing stuff. We're here for work. Let's get some work done. So, let's talk about work, okay? Pilot? Yes, ma'am. Well, let's see here. Coincidentally, I happened to make friends with a feller who has ties to the GF family, so I brought him over. Hey, is that everything? Yes, sir. Briefing over. Just as everyone was reeling in stunned silence at the least informative, least helpful briefing we had ever had the displeasure of sitting through, Ishmael was the first to catch herself. She looked up at Saude. Saude, can we rely on you for some elaboration here? The briefing was a good demonstration of the necessity of educating the 5 W's and 1 H principle. Looks like we'll have a lot to discuss once we get Pilot. Did I do something wrong? Shh, Pilot buddy, just stop. You're digging yourself into a deeper hole with every word. Gregor quickly leaned in to warn Pilot, but it was likely too late. A nigh unnoticeable crease had already formed between Saude's eyebrows. Prior to commencing this high priority operation, it was necessary for us to find individuals with connections to H Corp. So, as we, the preliminary observation unit, were put to the task, and we managed to establish a connection with an individual. Oh, someone from my family. No, we tried, but your family proved to be a rather difficult nut to crack. However, as we were wasting our precious time with all of our leads, Pilot pursued an unconventional method to establish this connection. I really didn't hold back on compliments then, and this is how you... Our collaborator is a former employee of the GF family. After leaving the family, he now runs a logging business. Or lodging business, not logging. Why can't I read? Then it is likely he is far removed from the family's politics. Less motivation for him to attack us due to conflicting interests. Yes, and according to Pilot's report, he still regards the GF family positively. How can I not, considering the blessings they have given me? An unfamiliar voice butted into the conversation as though to continue Saude's explanations. I humbly present myself before the fellowship of young Master Bao. Please, call me King Tao. Or, yeah, King Tao? Yeah, King Tao. He greeted us in a most polite fashion before bringing his hands together in an odd motion. Oh, is this how the people greet each other here? Yep, it's called the Bao Quan gesture. Bringing fist and palm together to express respect and peace towards the receiver. Aha! Knights greet one another by shaking their hands for the same purpose. Forsooth, thou art indeed one possessed of a chivalrous spirit. Ah, indeed. Much did I worry about the qualities of people young master has surrounded himself with, but I see that he is in company of those wise in the ways of the West. I prostrate myself before the vast breadth of your knowledge. What grand generosity it is to open ajar the waterways of wisdom to quench my barren lands. Something feels familiar about this. Nah, she's been getting less and less verbose with bootlicking these days. Not like this guy, for sure. That's true. He's kind of like... How should I put this? A bit much. How are you... What are you guys talking about? Communicating only by the sound of a ticking clock. This is something I had already known ahead of time yet. What a most curious exchange to behold in person. Brief this journey may be, yet I shall find myself thoroughly entertained in its entirety. Ha ha! Maybe it's the subtle sprinkle of disrespect that reminds you of the usual flavor. Wait, is this about me? You dare. Was all that bootlicking she did supposed to be a source of pride for her or something? Otis shook her head with clear distaste and strode towards me. We are nothing alike, Executive Manager. Never have I once said such empty flattery in your presence, filled with nothing but hot air and superlatives. I'll leave the guidance of these backstreets to him. Well, looks like this is where... Saude fell silent, her eyes lingering on Virgilius, who stood somewhere apart from the rest of us. So, I finally get to meet the Red Gaze in the flesh? I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Effie would have loved to be here. Manager... Virgilius seemed to sense her lingering gaze and walked towards us after nodding slightly in her direction. Manager Saude. Let's not make this any longer than it has to be. I'm not happy to be helping you with your business. I'd much rather put this behind me as soon as possible. Oh, please. It's our historic first collaborative operation, isn't it? Can't you spare a little more time with us? The guide, buds. Actually doing something? That guy? Yes. Unfortunately, LCC has our own business to take care of today, so I won't be accompanying the LCB this time. And the Red Gaze will be helping us out to get it done. Taking Mephi there. Vroom vroom. Maybe it's not that unfortunate now that I think about it. I feel like every mission with the LCB's always been an uphill battle to get anything done. Well, you see, back then we were... Haha, just messing with you. I'm unsure we'll have another chance to work together again. Boss, we don't got much time. Wait, before you go, I think you owe us some explanation, Virgilius. I will leave the details to Miss Faust. I am quite busy. Very well. Virgilius turned around and left towards Mephistopheles with an odd, disgruntled expression. Well then, I'll see you around. Next time, I'll show you I can carry my own weight. You know, oh boy, the last time we meet, I really was so darn pathetic. Pilot competence is shown through action, not words. Saude and Pilot gave us a light nod before following Virgilius. Some sinners opened their mouths to speak, hesitated, then closed them again. We let them go without a word. Perhaps we didn't know what we could say to not make this an awkward farewell. Very well, please, this way. Or maybe we were simply mindful of this guy who was responsible for the quality of our stay. Onwards and upwards. Let's see what we got. More fight? Yes. Violence, 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 violence. Give me violence. Oh, I'm not singing. Deep resentment ought to be washed away. Okay, I guess I'm doing it anyways. For when the far one comes, betwixt the burnt doors, shows us far. Whoa, why can't I read? Betwixt the burnt doors, shall a star fall astray? Are you sure we're going the right way? I don't like the sound of these weird songs. The main streets are most likely teeming with those seeking to bring harm to the young master. We must venture an alternate path. And like he said, there weren't any skirmishes once we made it deeper into the dark alleyways. The lack of foot traffic would normally be pretty unsettling, but I guess it's what we needed at this moment. As for the song, it's a song that became rather popular in the backstreets in the recent months. The lyrics are pretty ominous for a popular song. It's a song that spread through word of mouth. It sings of how the decimated Kong family is not the place to discuss such matters. I will share the tale in a more appropriate setting later, should we come across it. Didn't know there was a song like that. Is this the first time you've heard it too, Honglu? He's a posh gift from a posh family. I doubt he's ever set his precious feet in the backstreets, so it's no wonder he's never heard anything like it. I have been to the backstreets before, but Heathcliff isn't wrong. I did spend most of my time in my room. That is precisely because you were the most treasured one of them all, young master. Much like how the jade of the greatest worth is to be cherished, prized, and hidden in the deepest depths of one's coffers, where none shall reach. I'm like him? To a lesser degree, particularly as of late. So that guy used to work for the Jia family, huh? Do you know him, Honglu? Young master, is there something on my face? Honglu stopped himself as though a thought flashed in his head and glanced quietly in my direction. Then, it's nothing. Shall we continue walking down this road? Indeed, humble as I may be, I am very well versed in the roads of this area. Honglu shook his head at me casually. As he casually changed the subject. It was as though he was trying to hide something we know from Qingtao. Should we be suspicious of something? He is a collaborator, but only a temporary one. A degree of caution would be advisable. Given Pilot's clear inexperience and naivete, we would do well to remain suspicious of this character. Faust and Otis approached me as Honglu was nodding along and chatting amicably with our guide. Well, looking back at our journey so far, I think we learned our lesson in blindly trusting every collaborator we came across. With this growing mistrust in mind, I slowly made my distance from the guide before asking Faust the burning question. So what was that about back there with Virgilius? Something about him going off to help them out? The consequences of his actions at Wuthering Heights. Oh. His actions were a violation of one of the more important terms of his contract with the company. He is simply taking responsibility for the breach of contract. I think back to the incident at the manor. It feels like such a long time ago now. Well, that's kind of a bummer. He really helped us out of a pickle. What? That's why they're dragging him away for? Is there a problem, honored guests? It's nothing at all. No problem. Oh, right, Ryoshu? Good. You idiot. Merceau, can you carry Heath for a little bit? He's dead tired. It will be done. Heathcliff, punched in the gut by the hilt of Ryoshu's sword, fell forward into Merceau's welcoming shoulder. Rhodia? You know, the kind of person I hate most, the kind of dull people who can't read the room. Don't you feel the same way, Dante? Yep. I nodded enthusiastically, as something seemed to imply she wasn't really asking me a question. I don't think she was about to punch my lights out, but... Rodion and Ryoshu judged correctly this time. Classified company information must not be discussed in the presence of an outsider. It reminds me of the time he got knocked out cold for a while because he kept asking questions without raising his hands. The guy just doesn't learn, huh? You successfully preserved the secrecy of classified information without spilling blood. I applaud this policy. Yeah, I did good, didn't I? I'm just not a fan of how they're treating Heathcliff like dirt now. If it is no problemo, as you say, then that is well indeed. Yet I worry that it appears that problem has found us anyway. I stopped and looked around, realizing we were surrounded by a group of people wielding various weapons in their hands. What happened to finding us a safer path? It is likely my guidance has indeed given us a much safer path from the more obvious skirmishes. However, to my great regret, it appears that the more observant of our enemies have tracked us here. Damn it. Then what are you even here for? Isn't it your job to prevent this exact scenario? Let's leave the finger pointing for later. We're gonna have to take them all down. They must not be allowed to disseminate our current location. Exactly. Where are you slinking off to, Mr. Qingtao? I must regrettably and humbly say that my talents in war are terribly lacking, so I intend to become scarce for a moment. Yet, I have utmost faith in the strengths of our young master and the honored guests overcoming this adversity, so... Qingtao was already standing far away from the front lines. Was already standing so far away from the front lines that he was practically hiding behind me. Faust, anything you can tell us about these enemies? No, but a consultation with Gesellschaft seems unnecessary if we are to determine whether negotiating with them is an option. They're coming. Merceau, wake Heathcliff up and set him down. Bonk. It will be done. What an awakening. Poor dude. Heath can't catch a break, man.
어떤 상황이 닥쳐와도 포기한... 이건 못하겠습니다. 너무 유치하잖아요.
Everyone is so mean to him.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
I like the battle track for this area.
괜찮은 공격이면 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요. 엎드리도. 어떤 상황이 닥쳐도 포기하지 마세나. 저들의 공격은 우리의 투지를 꿰뚫을 수 없을 테니. 포기하게.
Oh, alright, let's hydrate while the Night Sinners fight. Alright, let's get violent.
직접 선별한 용기를 북돋는 영웅당 탑 5가 도움이 되었는가? 떨거지는 잘라낸다. 하! 으타! 먹어 치워라. 그걸 무기로 때리시면.
합격장.
We haven't lost a clash yet. That's always a good sign. Really sucks that this isn't what we got our blood feast on. Alright, this fight's over now. We've suitably broken up their lines. What are they gonna do now? I got my SP up. I got ego resources. They survive a turn after this. I'm just gonna Garden of Thorns into them if... Oh, there's more of them. You guys want more, huh? I thought we'd be over this. Destroy, kill, other words and stuff. Thank you for your motivation. I appreciate it, Windmill. That is my goal. Get that group in move. Whew. Weighted attacks feel so good in fights like these where I can just clash with one enemy that's already not good. A lot of people were saying like to get rid of these unfocused encounters. I don't know, I kind of like them. That being said though, I can understand the motivation behind it. Because then certain block skills just basically get no. Chain battles are interesting, especially when they make them hard. Yeah, I agree too. Alright, this is it. Ooh, we get a powered up blood. Ooh!
입이 담궈지지 않을 정도의 일격이었네.
완성되었나?
I love me a good scissor. You have to think about what choices you make. Yeah, I guess you do, don't you? Because you don't get to pick and choose. You just kind of have to make the most of whatever situation is dealt. Hostiles in the immediate vicinity have been eliminated. Hag power. For real though. I love hags. I love hags. There's so many art. There's so much art of Otis being drawn with Kiwis. I posted one in the Discord earlier today, and there's others that have been posted there before. I don't know why there's so many art of her with Kiwis. Hi, Gilly. Thanks for the posture check. And the hydrate. I'll get both of them. Oh, I love Otis. She's so funny. Where's the other ones? Here's the... Okay, I gotta see if I can download this quick. Okay, this isn't working. Nothing's working! I just wanted to show off. I wanted to show off cool art. I just wanted to show off Kiwis. Okay, we've successfully... Okay, here's the first one. Look at it, it looks like her. It's so cute. I love this one. This is from further up, aside from the ones that I posted today. Okay. There's that one. And then there was... And then there was this one. Where it has all of her IDs, but dressed up as Kiwis. Ah, I love it! It's so cute. Okay, anyway. I love my hag. I love my hag wife Tails. I miss my wife Tails. Our collaborator, who had been hiding far from the battle, quickly ran up to our sides as soon as the fight ended. Are you unhurt, young master? Yep, I'm totally fine. Of course, our honored guest's martial skills were all exceptionally brilliant, but, young master, your light was the brightest among even the incandescent. This humble servant could not hold back his tears at this wondrous sight. To witness such excellent martial arts from none other than the young master himself, what an unexpected surprise. But don't the children of the GF family undergo all kinds of strict training regimens from childhood? Ahem, it was simply my assumption that young master had ceased his trainings once he departed the family. Anyways, how do you think they tracked us down? Ah, about that. It appears that we weren't exactly tracked down. Perhaps it may be the ilk who lurk in these parts of the backstreets recognizing the young master's venerable countenance. I don't think my face is that well known. The family hierarch evaluations are nigh. Every soul living in Hongyang must know the face of the young master who is loved by every elder of the family. It must be that they are under the assumption that you are carrying something of great value. Family hierarch, huh? Didn't Jia Xingcheng said something about heirs back then? They all assume wrong then. I didn't bring anything precious that the elders might be looking for. Young master, even now? I just couldn't care less about it, that's all. Besides, many of my siblings are much better fit to be the family hierarch than I am. That's Well, that is indeed a relief. A relief, is it? Well, but of course, it's a highly dangerous endeavor to partake in the hierarch evaluation, so it is a great relief to know that the young master is not putting himself in unnecessary danger. I guess that could be a relief, sort of. Whew. Now that we took them all down, there shouldn't be any more of them on the way, right? Greg, can we not jinx ourselves for 1 second? Oh, why are you laughing, Ryoshu? Now I'm worried. Please, do not concern yourselves any further. We will take a more clandestine path. I guarantee a safe and easy passage to our destination. I still have a hard time buying that. The lay of this place would constitute a perfect place to set up an ambush in most places, yet you claim this to be the safer path? Yet I must ask you to place your faith in this humble servant, for Hongyang is not like most places. Fine, for now. Otis shut her eyes for a moment, out of retorts, then turned to look at Ishmael. Hey, Ishmael, you must have a pamphlet of this place handy, don't you? No way. You're actually going to read it? Why else would I ask? No, I mean, how could I not be caught off guard after having almost a whole year of getting brushed off by everyone every time I plead with them to read the damn pamphlets? Like, hell, did no one think to... I will find my own intel if you're just going to ramble on and on with your grievances. Okay, fine, here it is. It took almost a full year for these damn kids to read the pamphlets. Dang, they've been traveling for a whole year together. That's crazy. Whole year of living on a bus. They must smell crazy. Otis opened the pamphlet and began intently glaring at its text, as though she didn't want to miss even the smallest detail of information in there. Suspicion clear on her knitted brows. Uh-oh. Someone's sus.
카니발 그 자체를 대표할 만한 퍼레이드였어.
God, look at her. She's so hot.
주인공 의상이 오늘따라 한층 더 돋보인다.
Ooh.
누구 작품이겠나?
Free lunacy? Don't mind if I do.
가자, 죽이라.
We were on a desperate run, all while fighting off hordes upon hordes of enemies. Oi, what happened to safe and easy passage? Explain this shite. It appears that the young master's radiant continence was made known. I thought we were finding a more clandestine passage. How come we're getting jumped even by even more enemies? As I have said, the young master's radiant... At least try to give a little variation in your excuses. I cannot so easily say that he is being untruthful, given the disjointed allegiance of the enemies attacking us. Otis played with the pamphlet in her hand, clearly frustrated but unable to establish anything concrete. For people without clear allegiance to attack me, a member of the Jia family, looks like everyone in the backstreets has been getting pretty plucky while I was away. Back then, I couldn't even catch a glimpse of their faces. They'd all be on their hands and knees whenever we walked past. Ah, what a wonderful change. Oi, shove that wonderful change up your arse, you bloody loon. How much longer till we get there? My Ketsan is near. Calm your worries. Our guide seemed oddly calmer now than he did at the beginning of our journey. Did he really get numbed to all the violence that fast, or... Speaking of which, what's a kezan? It's a term commonly used to refer to taverns, inns, or equivalent places of lodging in this region. Lodging, huh? Like a hotel? Whew, it's gotta be a pretty fancy hotel then. Do they have, like, complimentary snacks and drinks like the warp train? Rhodia! Get your head out of food for 1 second! Just kidding, I love you. I love you, keep eating. Keep eating, you fat bitch. I love you. I love thick girls so much. Here, head pat, please. I love you. Anyway, I continue. Not sure about that, but it seems like Kazans also serve alcohol and food alongside their lodging services. Maybe we can get a meal in there. And, whew, hopefully we won't be attacked there like this. Residential non-aggression taboo. Any mutual acts of violence inside a residential building is, within this particular area and floor of Hongyang, a taboo. A taboo. We may rest easy within, then. I saw Faust's eyes slightly twitch, as though she had just heard the most ridiculous thing, but I guess I'll ask her about it later. Phew, man. If it's for some kind of family hierarch or family head selection contest, why couldn't they serve all this fighting till then? Because it would be too late. Late how? Every hierarch candidate must have brought incredibly precious treasures with them. It would be nice if they believed that their own treasure is the most precious of them all, but everyone's going to try to take each other's just to be sure. I see, just in case someone else brought something even better than their own. And might as well kill them too for the sake of convenience. Is that how the folks in your family think? What kind of line of thinking is that? But other families didn't seem too different from mine. Damn. Deepest apologies for intruding upon this most enthralling conversation. However, we may be inviting further trouble by dallying here. With that, the guide pulled out a watch to check the time. It will be nighttime soon. Uh-oh. Oh, we're so close to fighting sweepers. I'm so excited.
우리를 가로막는 저 시련을 해치우고 끝나지 않는 모험을 향하여.
We could just boing, 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 boing.
점 찍었네.
I love guaranteed lust resonance. Waiter, more lust resonance, please.
이건 못하겠습니다. 너무 유치하잖아요.
I apologize for my crunching. I'm just a hungry lad. One more turn before Blood Feast kicks in.
합격장.
Hook 'em. Damn, we're one pride short of Gregor's Garden of Thorns. That's okay. Absolute lust resonance will do just fine.
죄인인가?
산초류 경혈 오드 라샹 끝을 낼 시간이
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이런 얼마나 좋습니까? 굉장히 준비되네요. 앞으로도 그렇게 만들어주세요. 원더풀한 선택이었어, 나리! 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
Okay, guess we're not done.
대가리 딱 떼고.
I thought this fight was over.
꿰뚫려라.
Oh my gosh. Coughing baby versus nuclear bomb. Oh, you countered me, huh? Get put in the blender.
또한 용서할 테니 감내해야 할 고통.
My gosh, that clash power boost is nuts.
전의 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중간에
점 찍었네.
이때는 버스에서 회고해야지 않겠습니까?
내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다.
이쁘네, 네 피분수. 이쁘네, 네 피분수.
Dang, didn't even give me a chance to use Garden of Thorns. How rude of you. Now here we are. Is this the place? After running through alleyway after alleyway, after turning corner after corner, we finally came across the site of several small buildings, tightly built next to one another. At the center of them was a building lit with red lamps, adorned with a door plate that, with complicated looking letters scribbled over it. This is shoddier than I expected. Hey, isn't this place a bit too trashy to house your precious young master? That is not our building. Please, look this way to see where our honored guests will be staying for the night. I knew it! I heard so much from Honglu about all the splendor, all the... Huh? We followed King Tao's finger, arrived at a small warehouse of sorts, its exterior painted in black. That looks even smaller than Mephistopheles. Can we all even fit in there? Hey, that place looks trashy as heck even for us, let alone our young master. This is the nearest Kesan we could afford to stay in, at least among the ones that I manage, yet its location in the backstreets heavily limits the level of decency it can afford. My deepest and sincerest apologies, young master. Don't worry, we can't always sleep in decent places. It looks just fine for an overnight stay to me. Are you nuts? Can that thing even fit all of us in there? Much did I wish to guide the honored guests to the family mansion in the central zone. However, the time... Oh, the sweeping wave. Doesn't that start at 3:13 in the morning? I feel like we've got plenty of time to get there. Exactly. Don't we have more than enough time to get to the family mansion? According to the H Corp travel guide, the central area is only like an hour away from here. Has the honored guest traveled to District 8 before? Well, no. This is my first time here, but... Then one must ask how the honored guest could claim to have full understanding of a place merely by flipping through a book when she hasn't had to contend with it in person. Innumerable unpredictable changes await this teeming jungle of buildings. The ever-shifting structures, the constantly changing paths, ambushes from foolish yet vicious syndicates, or even offices in the backstreets. Oh, we are beset by danger from all sides. Such bold, flippant approach to predicting the phenomenon of this place is to court death. Even a toddler must know that. One fails to disguise his utter sorrow at the inadequacy of her wisdom. Is it just me, or are we all thinking back to Ishmael back at the Great Lake? Zip it, Dante. But if the guidebook lists a path, does it not imply that it is technically possible to reach it in time? Oda suddenly took a step forward. In her hand was the H Corp travel pamphlet that Ishmael was talking about. I have faith in if our executive manager would lead us in your directionally challenged stead, they would have been able to lead us to our destination before night falls. Me? This does not appear to have been discussed beforehand. Very well, allow me to speak freely without frills. My responsibility is to bring the honored guests to the central zone and to ensure the young master's safety. It is, indeed, technically possible to reach the family mansion before night in the backstreets commences. Technically. Yet, not even one iota of danger to the young master shall be permitted. The mission has been so graciously bestowed upon this humble servant, is to not guide the young master with haste, but to guide him with utmost safety. Oh. It is said that those engaging in strategies and plans must remain wary of losing sight of their purpose, to stubbornly forge on towards the family mansion in lieu of necessary... Whoa, why can't I must be tired. In lieu of necessary intel to see when these mobs of assailants would end is to wrongly prioritize the journey over the destination. You. Oh, you. Wonderful. Truly impressive. You have all the qualities of someone I would trust with my life when devising a stratagem. This is the most fitting attitude for those who genuinely wish the best for those they serve. Really? You're just gonna start going along with him all of a sudden? I have misunderstood your intentions, truly. They sparked my ire by comparing some of your choice words to my very own. Yet now, my eyes have been opened to the honest loyalty that lies within your heart. Haha! This humble servant did not imagine even in his wildest dreams that there would be someone who understands the fathoms of his loyalty. It seems that young master has certainly gained an eye for allies and fellowships. This is cause for much relief in my heart. Haha! Listen to him! This one knows how to jest! They're basically best buds now, huh? I may have lost my cool for a moment there. Anyway, this man speaks true. It is highly likely that we would be exposed to attacks of similar nature were we to continue moving this time. She's just fully on his side now, isn't she? That's when I realized that she was looking in my direction. The exaggerated smile had all but completely faded from her face, replaced with an odd but dead serious expression. When our gazes locked, she nodded. She must be completely turned around by this guy. Is this her way of saying, so long, I'm gonna quit and go work with this guy now? Thanks for everything. As for this hotel, it is much better than sleeping in outdoor tent barracks. We should be able to relieve ourselves of some fatigue before moving on. Did you not earlier insist on continuing our search for a better accommodation with the greatest vehemence, Miss Otis? Yeah, whatever. We get your point. Let's go inside. Whew. My humblest self can only behold your generous acceptance of this insufficient lodging with my deepest gratitude. After all that serious talk, the man seemed oddly relieved to hear our decision, as he brought his fist and palm together. Architecture of today mustn't be judged with such haste merely by an observation of their exterior. The interior may hold aught to be surprised of. Worry not. With Rhodians surrendered, wouldn't that be nice? We made our way into the building. Oh, this actually ain't so bad. It's clean in here. This place presents a rather classical aesthetic. The landscape paintings lining the walls give off a rather sophisticated mood. And it's much more spacious inside than it looks from the outside. Do they use some kind of space expansion technology in here too? No, it seems the building only appeared small due to the density of structures in proximity. Well, the door is now open. Should my presence be required, I shall be in the small shed next to the building. Please, do converse freely. The man smiled awkwardly and quietly exited himself as the excitement among the sinners began to grow. Meanwhile, Hung Lu stood a fair distance from the guide, quietly watching his face as he left. His expression was enigmatic, as if he were gazing upon the clouds, the flowers, or even the wind. And yet there was no light in those eyes, it was as if they beheld a storm cloud, a desolate field of wilted flowers, and a howling, destructive gale. Do you suspect something, Hong Lu? So I decided to ask. Not yet, I don't think. Huh? Not yet? So, big brother, something felt off to you too, huh? That's when we caught a familiar voice. Wow! Chi-Hung! It's good. It's you. Zicheng. It's good to see you. And so soon, too. Yeah, I told you I had a feeling we'd be seeing each other again very soon. Have you been well, young master? I'm so glad to see that you're doing well, Mr. Wei. Oh, wait. Don't tell me you're staying here too, Ji-chung. I normally wouldn't even set foot in a place like this, but I ran into some kind of large-scale construction on my way back to the family mansion. Had to come through the back streets. Excuse me. So we weren't the only ones troubled by that random construction site. Woo! Hail to thee! Gah. The confident look on Ji-chung's face was immediately replaced by that of alarm. Did she lose her memories again? Is she with you? No, Don Quixote's the same as always. Ahem. Ahem. But she looks like such an airhead. Young Ji-chung, well, wouldst thou accompany me to the lounge but a moment, so that we may share a moment of catching up? Oh, yeah, actually, let's do that. Hold on. Jia Ji-chung seemed to hesitate for a moment, staring at Don Quixote after hearing that her memories were intact, before walking right up to her. I like that idea. Shall we? Wei, why don't you go and find a room for me to stay in while I talk some things out with her? What? You wanted to do some catching up, right? 'Tis Manager Esquire! Loss of critical personnel may be cause for disciplinary action, Dante. I don't think there's anything wrong with making friends, though. Looks like Ji-chung really likes Don Quixote if she's comfortable enough to tease her like that. It's not Don Quixote she likes. She obviously just wants Don Quixote's power she saw back then. My lady, this is hardly the appropriate place for it. Fine, I'll try again later. Go get some sleep. I'm heading in too. Yeah, Yuri? They're gonna catch up. Eyebrows, eyebrows, eyebrows. Ji-chung sighed with a bit of disappointment before heading into the lobby. She wanted it. She's sad. Well, let's all head inside now. So I and the rest of the sinners followed her into the lodging.
피분수가 폭죽보다도 높이 솟아올랐어. 아니야, 이렇게 크게 웃으면 안 돼.
Hey, we got a big tank again? I don't feel like I ever got big tanks from... I don't feel like I ever got big tanks from drops. This feels like a different thing for me. Alright, I want a Gamba. Give me Gamba money. Please, give me Bunny Ryoshu. Please, Gamba gods. I don't get anything nice here. Nothing good ever happens to me. I'm glad they actually changed it so you can actually 10 roll with all of the tickets now. I don't feel like that was a feature before. Maybe I just never had enough. Maybe I just spent too much. Suspicion. Everyone was busy looking around and commenting on various things in our lodging, but Sinclair appeared to be the most anxious of them all. Sinclair? Something in here stands out. Like, imagine an ideal picture. Did you call? Oh, I missed that joke he sang. That's not what I'm not. Anyway, am I the only one who feels like something stands out like a sore thumb from this whole picture? Oh, yeah, glad you brought it up. I didn't say anything because I thought it was just me. Rhodia, so what's off about this place? Isn't it obvious? Where'd all the complimentary snacks go? What's with that weird mystery table at the center of this room? Huh? That is kind of weird, though. What's that table doing there? Its saturated colors are quite the pleasant sight to behold. So, is it any better inside? What the hell is that hideous table? The kerfuffle sparked by the particularly unsightly piece of furniture calmed somewhat once everyone made it inside the building. Of course, no one was able to discern the real purpose of the table just yet. Every step on the floor leaves black residue on the shoes. Not only the floor, touching the walls leaves an unidentified black substance on one's fingers. Not to mention how the walls ripple in an odd fashion. What could possibly be construction of this structure? Well, my guess is that the maintenance staff's been slacking. Maybe, but why is everything so neatly organized if that's the case? I've been to enough seedy establishments to tell when a place is gone without a tidy up. Ahem. At least it appears that each room is furnished with a bed. Well, that is far from optimal, Executive Manager. We may be able to rest here. Huh. I guess they really didn't have time to clean up. Jia Zichun, the last person to walk in after having taken her time to examine the area outside the lobby, stared blankly around the room with an aghast expression. I'm not even sure what to say to this ridiculous negligence. Then found her room after leaving a scathing remark. It ain't the first time we've been sauntering right into some shady business, in it. Let's just cross that bridge when we come to it, yeah? I guess. Anyone could tell that there was something definitely wrong about that guy. Some sinners, including Heathcliff, had already slumped on the floor, vociferously expressing their desire to rest with a collective sigh of exhaustion. Bro, you were just napping! I mean, I guess he wasn't really napping. He got knocked out by Marceau, but... Well, it is pretty weird, but at least we have a roof over our heads. In that case, Dante, perhaps this may be a good time to announce today's close of business. Huh, I never made this announcement outside the bus before. Oh, right, I hereby confirm today's close of business for the sinners. Understood, thank you kindly. Starting now, you will all be given a maximum of 12 hours to partake in sleep and rest, the duration subject to change. Have a good night. As soon as she finished, the sinners began to relax in their own ways, some stumbling into their rooms while others lingered to speculate over the bizarre table in the center of the room. Save for Otis, that is. Got something to say, Otis? Yes, Executive Manager. It's about our guide, King Tao. Oh, your new best friend from earlier. Seemed like you guys were getting along pretty well. What? That is just simply untrue. Did you see the signal I gave you earlier? What signal? Oh, you mean when you nodded slightly in my direction? Indeed, that individual has informational advantage over us when it comes to this locale. Regardless of how sound the accusations we came up with are, he would have been able to explain them away using his familiarity with the region. I thought, as the party with an informational disadvantage, it would be wise to feign camaraderie and friendship with that individual to go along with their plans, while trying to dig out as much intel as possible. I seriously thought that suspicious guy totally won you over. Executive Manager, I've been in this business for many years. How could you even imagine that I would be fooled by an amateur spy who's so overtly it's nothing. Otis's disappointment was palpable, but she stopped herself as though she remembered that there were even more important matters at hand. Well, it is uncertain how long that individual will be accompanying us. it would be reasonable to speculate that he approached the LCCB with the explicit purpose of eliminating Honglu. Jiao Baiyu. I present the fact that it was Pilot, that inexperienced greenhorn who somehow conveniently came across this connection, as an evidence of supporting the suspicion. That's also true. Faust also has information to share. Faust had joined the conversation after listening to us discuss for some time. A review of every known taboo has failed to identify one he called residential non-aggression taboo that universally prohibits the act of violence within residential areas. And that also has to be... It is too early to come to the conclusion regarding that matter. It appears that this area, Hongyang, has taboos that change depending on your location within the territory. However, considering every other circumstantial evidence, we can come to a conclusion that he was most likely lying to us. Your assessment cannot be denied. In that case, we must be deep within the enemy's machinations. The constant stream of random assailants we faced earlier was most likely also part of their plan. It may very well be that this building is also a trap. Yet we lack the intelligence about this particular backstreets to be certain. However, we do have one minor advantage. It seems that they have severely underestimated our capabilities, given how low a caliber the assailants... Wow. Given how low caliber of the assailants they have decided to send after us. Why am I adding an E in there? Assailants. One thing we can capitalize on is the mutual lack of intel. Keep our guard up, remain alert, and we should be able to navigate our way out of this trap, Executive Manager. Okay, I get it now. I am sorry about the misunderstanding. Honestly, I didn't know who or what to trust. Then I would appreciate it if you would trust me fully next time. Otis bowed politely and returned to her room. Faust and I chatted a little bit more about King Pao and his plans, but our discussion ended without bearing much fruit. Are we gonna get jumped? Oh. Witnessing. Witness me. I realized that Honglu was missing as I spent time chatting. I didn't notice him going into his room. So I walked to the exit, about to look for Honglu outside, and ran into Jia Jingchun and Wei, who decided to stay in the rooms close to the door. It's getting late. Where are you going without a guard? Oh, just looking for Honglu. Right. I can't understand what you're saying. Oh, right. When it comes to conversing without the sinners, I find that there are two types of people. The first type usually says whatever is on their mind without pausing or caring to hear my reply. Given that this type of person isn't actually looking to communicate with me, that simplifies things a little on my end. However, it's also oddly insulting, as it seems as though they don't recognize me as a human, but rather a wall or a clock on a wall. And the other type is the one that reads me so well that they might as well be able to hear what I'm saying. Virgilius falls into the latter category. He recognizes from the pitch of my tics and talks, reads my body language, or sometimes even claims to see my expressions, like how Don Quixote does. And Jia Zicheng, who saw through me with that short exchange. Okay, let's see. Just looking to get some early morning air. Oh, does your prosthetic head even have a respiratory function? Wouldn't have guessed that from the way it looks. Did not belong in either category. Oh, not really. I'm just looking for Honglu because I haven't seen him in a while. You're shaking your head, so no. Then are you looking for something to eat? She's a new one, the type that tries to figure out what I'm saying without asking for help. My lady, would it not be wise to wake or find someone who may be able to translate? They would have done that themselves if it was something important. I'm kind of curious, though. What was that hand gesture you made when I first asked? You, brought your index finger up to your cheeks. Well, Honglu's always smiling. so I thought maybe I could simulate his smile to convey that I'm looking for him. Perhaps it was an effort to express cuteness or beauty. What? No, I was just trying to express a smiling face. Oh no, this isn't going to be easy, is it? Huh? They're tick-tocking more vigorously. Hey, I think you're onto something. This conversation was starting to veer into a completely unintended territory. After a bit of trial and error. I see, you're looking for my big brother, huh? We took some very roundabout ways, but I was eventually able to get her to understand what I was trying to say. Well, if he's who you're looking for, that's easy. You should be able to find him by the lounge back there. I doubt he got very far from there, if he even left. So that's what you were trying to communicate. Jia Jisheng was, strangely enough, disappointed and dispirited by my reply. I did have something to tell you too, but never mind. I feel like the mood's been ruined. Let's talk about this another time. I was curious, but it would take ages for me to ask how she's feeling, so I nodded to express my gratitude before heading back to the entrance. And found Honglu, gazing at the hazy scene out the opaque window. What are you doing here? Heh, people watching. There were some people stumbling through the streets outside. As I stared outside the window at the scene, Honglu seemed to sense what I was thinking and began. Are you worried for me, Dante? Well, yeah, it's your turn, Honglu. It really is. I'm back at H Corp, and everyone's talking about the family hierarch selection. But you don't have to worry about me at all, because I did not wish for anything from the Limbus company. Really? I'm not like Yi-sang. I'm not hiding my true feelings. No one gave me a wonderful promise, like they would help me recover from my torn and broken wings. I joined only to have some new experience, that's all. But we do know that something's definitely going to happen, whatever it might be. Something that will shake you to your very core, even though you didn't wish for anything. Going through something like that could... Probably yes, but it's okay. I'm used to being led by the will of others anyway. No matter what happens here, I can't do this like everyone else. Because that's how it's always been. Whatever happens to me or those around me, I only... A loud, boisterous bellow suddenly cut off Honglu before he could even finish his sentence. Oi! Let go of me! Just listen to that sod talking and tell me I'm not supposed to get mad at that. Dang it, lower your voice. What are you guys doing back there? Gregor and Heathcliff, who were most likely hiding behind the entrance door, tumbled into view. I knew I shouldn't have come here with this guy. Couldn't you be patient for even a few minutes before busting out of here? How long have you two been... Listening? From the very start, of course. I thought I was finally making some sense at first, but what's that? You're used to following others' will? I didn't mean to irk you, Heathcliff. I'm only telling the truth. Bloody hell. I'm about to burst a vessel. Oi, buggy broke. Am I supposed to practice patience after listening to that drivel? I think I'm practicing plenty of patience despite you calling me buggy bloke out of nowhere, so yeah, you are. That's not what I... Finally, some silence. Anyway, sorry about listening in, fellas. I'll let you in on some big secret if you let this slide, though. What's the secret? Gregor rubbed his arm awkwardly and stared at him in silence, then pointed at a pillar in an exaggerated motion. Guess who's hiding behind that pillar, Manager Bud? With that, two familiar figures tumbled into view from behind the pillar. How could you betray us like that, Gregor? BWAHA. Bad, weak, and highly annoying. Good night, snooze fest, she says. Eh? Huh? Did I get that wrong? Ever said GNS? Where did you get a FU? Ryoshi looked at Sinclair before slicing open the ceiling above the entrance. And with an uncharacteristically wet noise for something cutting through a wall, a black ink-like substance dripped onto the floor, followed by Rhodia and Otis crashing down after it. GTFO. Ah, didn't realize I had garnered such an audience for my story. Executive manager, the sole reason I followed you here was for the purpose of protection. Bro, where? What are these goobers doing? These termites are hiding in the wall. Yeah, where's Dawn? She's just probably sleeping. As I was concerned for your safety. Oh no, wait, her and Marceau are definitely. I'm not like the others who have followed you merely to state their curiosities. Me? I was just bored. Then, shall we continue the conversation, Dante? Everyone back to your rooms now! Oh, Marceau and Dawn were just sleeping. Bro, we can't even get a moment of peace. Everyone's nosy. The Haishu pack. Oh, we've got a fixed encounter. Okay, I guess only 5. Like, I think this is our best. Yeah, this is very much our best bet as the bleed team.
정신을 유지할 수 있기를.
After that little kerfuffle, just as everyone was scattering to the rooms, Oda suddenly began to vehemently oppose me leaving all on my own. Are you absolutely certain, Executive Manager? Seriously, don't worry about it. I usually took the night watch on the bus anyway. It is true, however, we are currently in an uncharted territory for our team. We do not have much experience sleeping at a place where our safety isn't an absolute guarantee. Hey, we're literally right next door to them. It'll take less than 5 seconds for us to come over if something happens. Do you not know that every second matters in emergencies? No. Babushka to come, but let's get you out of here. An oddly familiar sequence of events and words played out, and they eventually left my room, gently closing the door behind them. Aw, he's got a whole harem. Finally, some peace and quiet. I sit in the corner of my bed, surrounded by silence, and allow my shoulders to slump for once. I don't need to sleep like the sinners do, but the fatigue doesn't go away on its own. I need some time to relax and empty my thoughts every once in a while. While I've gotten somewhat used to the pain, it still hurts like hell when I rewind the sinner's time. And the longer this journey got, the more frequent and severe the sinner's injuries became. They did get stronger, that's for sure, but so did our enemies, which means that my clock is always turning and turning without a moment to rest. So I think of the star. Before the great gates, which I will face with every revival, I witness its intricate engravings and feel its silent vibrations. Even after a whole year, I'm still no closer to understanding what they were supposed to represent, but by emptying my thoughts and just taking in the sights, I find myself calming down. I've never gotten a good look at the gate before. Is it supposed to be a depiction of hell? It looks like people are trying to climb up. God, there's so much subtext in this game. Something I'll have to break down at another time, I guess. Also, the wind is quite cool and crisp tonight. Wait, that's weird. Wind? What's this sudden chill? Something opened the window, but there's no way this gentle breeze could have unlatched and left my window wide open like that. And if it did, it would have made a pretty loud noise. Besides, this chill isn't coming from in front of me. I slowly turn around to where the window is supposed to be, only to see a melted wall and an intruder slinking through the newfound opening. Well, this doesn't look like sweeping, but... Who are you? As though driven by some unknown survival instinct, I rolled off the bed. But there was already a blade right at where my neck and head met. Its steel a shearing cold. Just a little nudge and I'd be dead before I could even make a tick. I remember how worried Otis was to leave me alone. I thought she was just being paranoid. I should have trusted her judgment. Just as I was getting ready for my final struggle, my final moments filled with regret about not listening to Otis's advice. Ah! What a pathetically thin blade. Too delicate to have the clock CIH, don't you think? Ryoshu leapt down from the ceiling and deflected the assailant's dagger away from me. Ryoshu! Snuck in thinking I was about to see something interesting, but you're just some beast with steel. I looked up to see the ceiling torn open, dripping with viscous paint-like fluids, just as I saw earlier during my conversation with Hong Lu. Executive Manager, are you unharmed? And Otis peeking out from the gap. I, Otis, was the one who instructed Ryoshu that the ceiling had room to hide it. Remember that. Shut up and help me. Oh, I thought this one was just some beast with steel. I could have cut this beast in half, sword and all, had I not been on the bus. All of your abilities were diminished the moment you were hired by this company. Equally defanged and depowered, if you will. I suddenly recalled Hohenheim's commentary back at the LCE. I had a vague notion of what he meant, but now I was really feeling it. NFW, what is happening? Just as Ryoshu was struggling to stop that one blade, the intruder pulled out another dagger with their other arm and slashed at Ryoshu's neck. A beast of Haishu pack. The intruder would have cut her throat had Y not burst in through my door. Who wields you now? I don't suppose the dialogue is an option. Light enters not the vast garden, yet falls as a star into its fathom still. Ah, no! The intruder reached into his clothes, muttering an odd invocation. Little shit. Talisman. Kuh. Why? Get it together! My lady. Just as the intruder's muttering began to grow intense, Jia Zisheng leapt into my room and struck the stranger with her fan. Were you going to let that bastard finish that stupid spell? They almost activated the Q Corp talisman. Apologies, my lady. It seems that I still remain somewhat bound by that spell. Listen, you're no longer a Haishu. You serve me now. Got that? You don't have to let those things control you anymore. Ooh, lore. Yes, my lady. My apologies. I fell limply under the bed with sudden alleviation of stress and pressure. Hey, are you... I can't understand them anyway. I managed to stop the assassin before he laid a hand on them, fortunately. Not unfortunately. He doesn't want me dead. Got it. I don't think there was anyone else in here. Let's switch the lights on. Click. When the lights came on, we saw... This one's from the Mao branch, isn't it? There's a black bamboo hat wearing assassin on the ground. The walls? The walls that appeared solid before when we all went to sleep were now melting away as if they were a viscous fluid. There is something wrong with this building. I knew that they must have done something to the building, but how is a Haishu here? This whole operation's got to be spearheaded by someone with real power. This isn't just an ambush from an overexcited family hierarch contest. What I don't understand is why the Mao branch? There are better Haishu branches to use if all they wanted to do was cut the clock's head. Then they must have had a different purpose, huh? Correct. This one is from the Mao branch of the Haishu packs, which means more of them must have infiltrated this building. Though not at the scale of the Z branch, the Mao branch always moves in groups. Therefore, their goal must be to kill every guest staying in this Kezan, including you, my lady. Then we gotta get moving. Can't let them surround us if we want even a chance of surviving this. Dante! Sinners burst into my room, slamming the door open again. Thou art! Thank me later. If we don't move our asses, we're good as dead. Wait. Yes. We don't have the time to contact the main forces of our faction at the family mansion. Do you know what to do when we're at the numerical disadvantage, right? It will be done, my lady. Jiao Zisheng and Wei immediately stormed out of the room as soon as they saw the sinners enter, as though they'd been waiting in here for my protection. Don Quixote and Gregor stood red-faced and on edge. Merceau was covered in battle wounds, and Otis wore an inscrutable expression. I stand before you, in shame, to have borrowed the hands of another to protect the executive manager. Oh, no, I should have listened to what you said. Extrapolating from the pattern by which the walls have disintegrated, it is likely that they utilized the identical means of infiltration for each sinner. Oh, right. Were you attacked by a bamboo-hatted assailants too? Their ranks number many, Manager Esquire, yet, for how many of them there were, they were unsettlingly silent. Verily, we almost... Ha! Not almost. I saw one on the way here that... I saw on the way here that some of us did get killed, impaled straight through the guts. So what he said about fighting indoors was a taboo. Yes, a lie. How utterly cowardly and unjust of these vile cur to strike from the shadows. Alas, now is not the time to ruminate upon their villainy. Correct. Besides, there's more of them waiting to sink their blades into us. Let's go! Violence, 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 violence.
어버이의 그 유치한 말투도 도움이 될 때가 있네요. 화가 나서 제대로 된
This is a
판단이 안
focus?
서는 모양입니다.
No, it's a chain. Okay. What do these guys do? Offense level -10, defense level -10. Repressed bloodthirst? I don't want to know what happens when that is off. Because offense level +10 is terrifying. Oh, excuse me. I'm yawning, it's very late. Okay, 3 staggered. Go for the jugular now. Oh, it's so juicy. I love hags. Well done, Otis. And they try to say that Barber's not good. We do not tolerate Barber Otis slander in this house.
지원을 갖지 마. 그대로 무너져. 지원을 갖지
What a
마.
beast.
가물어지지 않을 정도의 일격이야 돼.
What a beast.
카니발 그 자체를 대표할 만한 퍼레이드였어. 주인공 의상이 오늘따라 한층 더 돋보이는. 누구 작품이겠나?
We're already 2/3 through. We even got to the. Oh, I see. I see red things. We're getting very close to. We're getting very close to the sweepers. Give me a second. I'm gonna get some more water. I'm very thirsty. I won't like put us on stop or anything. Cause I'm in my kitchen. Let me blow my nose though. Bucky was sleeping so soundly. You were sleeping so soundly, Bucky. Just an eepy boy. Alright, eepy boy. We continue. Oh, same team. Dang, we don't get anyone.
라만 차렌들을 뒤엎는다.
Oh, just straight back into it.
물을 싫어하든 극도로 기피하는 것이 있었군. 입 밖으로 꺼내는 것도 조금 매섭고.
Damn, that's a tough attack. I mean, I guess we can't do anything about it. Okay, these guys are not holding back anymore.
저들의 공격은 우리의 투지를 꿰뚫을 수 없을 테니.
Yeah, these guys are not holding back.
으타! 먹어 치워라. 어떤 상황이 닥쳐도 포기하지 마세라. 저들의
This is gonna get
우리의
bad.
투지를 꿰뚫을 수 없을 테니.
So far, fine.
저들을 말려보낼 생각은 아니시죠? 내가 어보이면
Alright.
확실히 처리해야 합니다.
Let's put this one in the grave.
한표를 경멸 온 라샹.
I really like the Haishu pack aesthetics.
끝을 낼 시간이. 이제야
Like
실력을
neon
내시네요.
samurai kind of thing.
이러다가 얼마나 좋습니까? 괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요. 엄청나게 강한 일격을!
기원을 갖춘
Back-to-back hard bloods. Oh, we didn't even get to see her use it. We killed them too fast. We're just too good. I think we're safe for now. Something tells me they're not fighting us at full force. At least we routed them, so that means something. Ah, where'd Don Quixote go? Hark, for I am here! Don Quixote rushed into my room from the hallway outside. I had gone to espy if the other sinners had suffered as we have. Verily, they were indeed targeted as well. Most defended themselves well against the curs, and shall be here post-haste yet. Not everyone survived, huh? Young Sinclair and Yi sang, well, it appears that they had risen in battle. They were caught unawares by our foes. 'Tis likely that their demise came soon after tripping over each other's foot. How embarrassing. And young Heathcliff, isn't that fella a resident mob fight expert? How'd they even get him? They didn't get me, mate. I'm good as new. Heathcliff. What's got you so gobsmacked, lass? I recall a blade piercing young Heathcliff in the back of his head. Didst thou turn the clock for him already, Manager Esquire? No, not yet anyway. Blimey. So that's what this funny itch on the back of my head... Heathcliff reached up to around the back of his head and then crumpled to the floor mid-sentence. Heathcliff's not breathing anymore. He's dead. How do you even manage to walk over here with a hole in his head? Who are these people? What are these people? Young Heathcliff! This is some soap opera type shit. The other sinners are starting to gather, Manager. As pathetic as this force may be, we cannot spare any hands at the moment, Executive Manager. We must also join the others as soon as possible and assist them. There are sounds of altercations coming from the lobby. Gotcha. The clock turns as it always does. Sometime later. Whoa, please hold on a moment. You. At least I can see some people inside the lobby, which was also in the bizarre process of melting away. Yeah, this is very different. We didn't even find out what the table was. Whew. Among them, I noticed Jia Jishun clashing against a figure wearing a bamboo hat. Going on the offensive already, huh? How come a big shot in control of a Haishu pack decided to come after small fries like us? And behind the black bamboo-hatted wearing assassin stood. I see that you have tracked me down. So certain of your own safety, but my master has already prepared countermeasures. There stood King Tao, our supposed collaborator, who led us here, and Wei, who is threatening him with a sword. So you were behind this. Ah, it's you. I sussed out that you'd be planning something like this, but you lacked the patience to pull it off. You're quite observant. I thought I had completely won you over. You must know that at H Corp, there is but one path to survival and riches. Choose a family high art candidate and serve them with utter loyalty. But who in the right mind would serve young Master Baoyu? He has grown up with no hardship. He who doesn't possess even a single speck of ambition? You shut your bloody mouth, yeah? And you, rich boy, oi! Are you just gonna sit there and let that bloke talk shite to your face? But he's right that I don't have any ambitions. Have you got no self-respect? What do you have anyway? Okay, everyone shut up for a second. He's obviously taunting you. Stop indulging him. Wei, speak. I know that you have no means to wield a Haishu pack. So speak, which master did you choose to serve? Who controls them? Ah, so they are curious. Stay your sword, Zilu. Another unfamiliar voice from the shadows. Young master, are you certain this is wise? Worry not. They're destined to be swept away by the morning dew anyway. The trajectory of their fate shall not alter course. Were they to witness me. The voice soon reveals himself from the shadows, walking into the light with casual, assured gait. Huh? Seriously? You? I see you're... Allow me to grace your ignoramuses with my exalted name. I am Yuhia of the Shi family. You may know me as a very prominent candidate to the throne of the family hierarch. Dang, we got family drama out the wazoo. Is there just like... How does this work? Do the people just like compete for the throne? Is that what this is?
대표할 만한 퍼레이드였어. 주인공 의상이 오늘따라 한층 더 돋보이네. 누구 작품이겠나?
Wait a minute. There's no way that announcer pack was... There's no effing way.
책임은 모두 내가 진다.
But is it the guy I think it is from the middle?
자, 해골바가지랑 거미 대가리. 후드력
투입이군요. 제 차례인 투입이군요.
I guess we'll find out.
나를
원하신다.
제 차례인가요? 투입이군요.
어쩔.
고래를
말뚝을 쑤셔 넣어.
가스 점화. 엔진 시동.
Prominent? Oh, my nose. Why do I always have such a stuffy nose? Am I just allergic to life? But of course, I claimed control of a branch of Haishu packs. Well, you were wasting your time out there searching for the River of Immortality or whatever. I don't even know where I'd start to refute your brain-dead accusation. This is way beneath me. I don't even want to address you as my senior either. So who is it? Big Brother Juan? Nah, I can't imagine he'd ever be so interested in someone like you. What are you talking about? I'm asking whose teat you've been suckling on to gain control of the Mao branch, because we both know for sure that there's no way in hell you have the means to control them, right? You little twerp. Are you sure you want to insult my height from where you're standing? Master Yuya? It doesn't seem like the mastermind of this operation was actually anyone important. Agreed. I can tell by just the look of that traitor with the physiognomy of a deceiver. This was a waste of my time. Hey, Zilu, cut them all down. The mission was to assassinate them, to meet them in an open battle, to take the lives of hierarch candidates, was not what was agreed upon. What the fuck? Blah, blah, blah. Just shut up and do as you're told. I might fight to protect your life, yet I cannot do more. Haishu heeds no voices, but that of the one who holds their leash. Looks like that Shiyuhia doesn't even control these guys. There is an apt saying often invoked in my homeland. A fox may pretend to be the throne, but only with the blessing of the tiger. Shut up over there. Damn it, this Haishu pack is useless. Can't even get a simple job done. Master Yuya, the Haishu pack here is merely a backup plan. Our true strategy involves... True. This is fine. I have other plans to sweep you all away. This is the second time that individual has made an odd emphasis on a variation of the word sweep. What, are you saying that you bribed the sweepers or something? While the reactions may appear suspicious, that suggestion is almost an absolute impossibility. The head is at the top of the sweeper's chain of command. In other words, only the head possesses the authority to command them. Right, yeah, of course. Moreover, they are prohibited from touching, let alone entering, any designated residential areas during the night in the backstreets. This is a permanent, immutable taboo of the head, one of the very first to be introduced. The effort of going through a myriad of paperwork to ensure that Mephistopheles is recognized as a residential vehicle was ultimately to capitalize on this taboo. Yes, it is exactly as you say. What a stupid question to ask, making me anxious out of nowhere. Soured the mood. Come, let us leave. I had only intended to have them see my face after all. Too bad I won't even remember them in a few days once they're all swept away. Master Yuya? We best leave before any more unnecessary words are said. Faust is right. These guys are acting way too suspicious. Do not have some scheme brewing back there. So overtly suspicious that I'm starting to wonder if they're trying to use reverse psychology on us, walking right into their trap. Well, when surrounded by nothing but uncertainties, there's a solution that usually works. Faust? Faust had intended to make this suggestion first, but it appears that you share the idea. Yep, so Otis. Yes, executive manager. We have 12 sinners, Jia Zisheng and Wei on our side, and I don't think the so-called Mao branch are willing to fight, which means that we only have 3 enemies. Shi Yuya, our guide, and Zilu, the assassin. We have the numerical advantage, don't we? You always make the most accurate read of the battlefield. What's going on over there? What's that tick-tocking noise? Our former guide seemed to have figured out what our conversation was about because he took a few slow, careful steps away from Shi Yuya before bolting off into the distance. I've been thinking this all day, but he sure is a fast runner. Oh! What? What is it, Honglu? Do you remember something? I did. I had a hard time recalling because he's not from my family. But I remember now. You're big brother Yuya of the Shi family, right? Didn't that guy just announce himself as that earlier? Anyway, Honglu, I'm gonna get that guy and beat the motives out of him. Is that gonna be okay with you? Him? He's not from my family, but I'm sure big brother Yuya will be happy to answer your questions. Great. Another thing. As your commander, I should probably say something cool to start off the battle, right? Wow, that's going to be so cool, like something straight up out of a story. Otis said something like this once. That even if one side has the absolute advantage in battle, the commander's words may be the deciding factor in who wins and loses. So I decided to borrow a few words from the book Honglu once lent me. It was a general who said it, I believe. Destroy them all! Well, that's a little aggressive. Okay, we've got our focused encounter. Crushed bloodthirst. Bro, this thing's holding back even harder than the other ones. Yeah, wave 1 of 3 too. Oh boy. We'll take our favored strikes. Although I really want Dawn to get more... Oh my gosh, we actually can't clash into any of these. Yeah, that's an unbreakable coin skill too. Like we could try to generate off of it, or we could just...
고귀하게.
Play it careful.
으타! 먹어 치워라.
Okay, well, I'm glad Grigor tanked that. It's gonna be hard to get bleed count up on this.
선택이었어, 나리! 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
Okay, we're not clashing with shit. Oh yeah, of course, Skilly. Have a good night, man. I'm glad to see you. You take care of yourself. Get some good rest.
대가리 딱 떼고.
Oh shit. I mean, that was a neutral anyway, so maybe we should have just gone for the guard. Damn, this thing does a lot.
으쌰! 따뜻한 엎드리도록. 어떤 상황이 닥쳐와도 포기한... 이건 못하겠습니다. 너무 유치하잖아요.
I mean, we'll just keep blocking if they're gonna keep throwing stuff at it. Yeah, we got health to spare.
점 찍었네.
Okay. Wow, I cannot believe Ryoshi didn't get staggered there. I really thought that was going to be a stagger. Oh, speaking of staggers.
만찬에 조심하라고 말씀드렸지 않습니까? 위기를 극복하고 시련을 헤쳐나가는 해결사에 대한 로망은
Well, we staggered him, but at what cost?
하지만 거의로 이런 상황이 나타나는 건 제발 그러시면 안 됩니까?
합격장.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요. 아차! 위험을 모르는 건 나쁘지 않습니다만 승리로 이끌 좀 무식하게 돌격하실 거라면
Okay, this has the potential to be a really good turn. Okay, it's countering into Dawn. So that's okay. Struggling? What are we gonna do? It's not like we really have an ego that we can use. Which one is this? Yeah, we wanna go into that.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
Hope that we can stagger the part before. We got a really good bleed count going. We gotta keep this up. Unbreakable coins do not help with that, though. Satisfying clash noise. Alright, here we go. If we could have kept up our bleed count, this could have been a lot better, but... You know what? A 288 damage? I'll take it. Ugh. A strange tune crashes through the sound of this fierce battle. Is this electric dance music? Something about it sounds familiar. Ah. Finally. It is him! Hi, Ricardo! The middle is back, baby. Thanks to the merry chase you've led me on, I have slid ever so slightly further into the world of the bristly. Let's see, Title 2, Section 11, Row C. The punishment for those who dare to flee from the middle's retribution begins by tearing their legs apart from their groin. I will make sure you suffer for all the time you wasted. What the fuck is this blighted doing here? The hell's wrong with you? You've been stalking us all along. Since when is chasing after a thief conflated with stalking? I'll have you know that I'm still banished from the world of the luscious, thanks to you who dared pinch my hair coupons. Entire character art is literally because Heathcliff took coupons out of his safe. What the hell? Where'd they come from? You guys are just pissing people off left and right, aren't you? Silu, take him out! What an utterly insular fool. What did you say? Do you not know that man? What's the middle doing here? Ricardo, a big brother of the middle. The man who slaughtered the sinners like they were nothing. The man who almost forced me to self-destruct. Faust, don't tell me I have to get ready for that again. No, not yet. According to the evaluation data at the LCE, the sinner's power had grown since the time at the Great Lake. Our chance of victory against this individual has risen to a meaningful degree to forfeit the battle before it even begins. By how much? Enough to put our faith in the uncertainties. Alrighty then, enough with the background noise. I don't know what your business is with these thieves, but I've personally traveled all the way to the eastern part of the city because I simply must exact my vengeance against him with my two hands. I could have simply informed my brothers in the east and let them handle this, but that just wouldn't do. I was determined to see this through to the end myself, even if it meant asking a great brother of the east for a favor. So you there, Half Pint and his cute mini entourage, get the hell out of my sight. The middle's book of vengeance comes first. Half Pint? Ha! Keep babbling that fat lip of yours, minion of the fingers. You don't scare me at all with your cheap hairdo and that garish as hell botched dye job. You're in the H Corp turf now. I am. When I'm in doubt, summon Ricardo to F rounds. I was gonna say, I think someone's about to find out. Wow. Just wow. Bloody hell, mate. That's messed up. He's far too absorbed in his own foolishness to see he's walking into his own demise. I hope so too. That'd be really funny. Like, he's already, like, as much as the middle really isn't a joke, he's basically become a gag character. I really hope that I want to see Ricardo's bad hair day. Unexpectedly, Ricardo's face wasn't contorted with wrath even after enduring that barrage of insults. Instead, he looked surprised. A moment of silence followed, during which he seemed to be absorbed in thought. Whew, impressive. You just set a new record. You are the current record holder for how fast can I get written up in Ricardo's Book of Vengeance. Challenge, boy. You did it in 15 seconds. Then with trembling hands, he reached down to grab his Book of Vengeance, opened it, and began to write something down on paper, slowly and deliberately, as though to make each stroke of the pen count. Unfortunately, your audacity is terminal. I will rip your jaws apart myself as punishment. Boys, make sure this little band of thieves won't get away while I deal with this pipsqueak. What the hell is this asshole talking about? Hey, Zilu. Who the... Actually, I don't care. Stop me if you can. Effective immediately, the punishment for all involved parties and bystanders at the site of your crime shall be complete and total extermination. I think we can slip away unnoticed in this mess. I don't think we've got much of a chance there. Ricardo practically rocketed towards where Zilu and Shiyu were standing in a burst of speed. But his henchmen had already begun to slowly surround us as he ordered. Ready your weapons, everyone. Payback time for what happened at the Great Lake. Let's do this. Besides, I've got a score to settle with that son of a bitch. He says that his hair is less luscious, but maybe it's only noticeable to him. Okay, everything's dominating so far. That's not a good sign. And so he accidentally activates the bald is awesome Abno. That would honestly be the... We just find out that the joke Abno was real all along. This is really bad. She's really low on health. We just have way too much lust. Sin resource. Honestly, solid Intervalio. Are you talking about this in total, or are you talking about the Ricardo goes bald one that I'm predicting? I heard that this is really fun. I haven't gotten through all of it yet, but everything I've heard is that people really liked it. Oh god, we're messing this clash up. No! Yisang! What happened to dominating, you dip? Dominating my ass. I want to see more sweepers, but the new faction is pretty cool. The Haishu pack, you mean? I wanted to see more sweepers too. I thought we would be dealing with sweepers the entire time, but I guess we're still getting there. I haven't seen a single sweeper yet. This dude's just been trying to make super villain lines. Okay, I'm very worried. They're based off the Zodiacs. Oh, I didn't even think about that.
맞았나?
Well, I guess I only heard 2 of them mentioned, so
여기를 만드는 것만큼 내가
2 of the names are the 12 earthly
다리에게
branches.
해줄 이야기가 또 늘었군요.
떨거지는 잘라낸다. 내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다.
Okay, well that was surprisingly easy. The 12 earthly branches, what are those? Is that different from the animals, the 12 months of the zodiac, or the 12 animals in the zodiac, or are there more animals in the zodiac? Hi, Windmill. You're still here, yay! I don't know. I'm trying to figure out. Branches are the same, but a different name. Their names are probably like, I'm guessing their names are probably like translate to it in another language. I would imagine. Not that I have very much knowledge of Chinese, but hair, feather. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to look at Mao Pack, but that doesn't seem to translate to anything directly out of Chinese. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. I'll just keep doing my gameplay. I'll be the entertainment, you be the theorizing. And my cat will be cute. Look at you, buddy. He's so sleepy. There was an explosive noise from a distance, and moments later, Ricardo landed before us with a boom. I heard that the Haishu of the East were a tough bunch, but that lady was something else. So why'd a woman like that suddenly split from a fight? Not my problem, I guess. She's getting written down in the book, too. Time to take care of what I really came here for. Get ready for a beatdown, coupon thieves. I thought Ricardo showing up as an announcer pack was just like, oh, it's Ricardo. But I didn't really think that it was going to be, oh, Ricardo's in this one. Okay, that's a hard hitter. Okay, yeah, we're gonna send Dawn after that one. Actually, I don't think we want. Do we even have enough skills to? I don't even think we have enough skills to... Well, no, we clash with everything here. If it works, it works. Let's hope. Wait, who is the other guy? Oh, someone on Twitch. Or are you referring to who we're fighting right now? Si Shu Yin Mao Shen Si Wu Wei Shen. Oh, the man with the white hair? Oh, the other guy? He's just a random little brother. I don't know. He has a name, but it's just a random little brother. And they mentioned the Z being plentiful, which are the rats. Oh, that would make sense. Dang, you're saying we could get a rat girl? Oh god, he's charging up.
동그랗게 뜨고 집중하면 저런 기교는 그다지
Maybe I
어려울
should
것도
have
없이
saved.
찾는다.
Maybe I should have saved Dawn's. I don't think there was any way we were gonna charge that up anyway. Who's clashing with this? Gregor? Oh god. Come on, buddy. Lock in. Clash? What is its base power? Base of 23, coin power of 8? That's disgusting. I know, I know I should use ego, I just... I wanted to save it! Never better time, I guess. That's gonna use up my one pride. Everything I have uses pride, apparently. Except you, Ryoshu. Okay, what am I not clashing right now? This one... Nope, that's not a good idea. I think we've got a clash for everything right now. Yeah, we're... Yeah, I'm counting 4. This'll work.
대가리 딱 떼고.
Do any of these words remind you of someone? Well, Wei is one of them, and Wei mentioned he was a Haishu. So that would imagine, I would imagine that Wei is from that Haishu branch.
내 팔은 변해 있었어.
I'm assuming you're not just saying he's the greatest of all time. Also, get out of here, bot. Oh shit.
조심해야 될 프로그의 마지막 결투를 승리를 치른 화려한 장면을 준비하고 있었지. 다른 이미 알고 있어서 아무렇지도 않아.
Oh shit.
그러니 우리가 아무런 위협 없이 대처할 수 있을 것일세.
Well, here's our one shot. Clash with this skill regardless of speed if the main target is 5 vendetta mark. Well, I don't think any of us are going to be able to... If we send Otis up the chain and then we have Dawn launch her attack, we can hope that we get him into stagger. He's so close to stagger. We just have to get a little bit more damage. I don't think Greg's got 5 vengeance. Oh, Greg can still clash with it. We're all faster, so it doesn't even matter. Alright, we're just going for a stagger here, so... Alright, here's for the stagger. Fingers crossed.
포기하게. 그저 하염없이 모든 피를 먹고. 그래, 그렇게 황홀히 피어나고, 피어나고, 피어나라.
Ouch.
턴에 집중해.
Bitch.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
We're not hitting it. Oh no, wait, we did stagger him.
저대로 돌려보낼 생각은
Oh, I was gonna
없어?
say, I thought I hit his stagger threshold. I wasn't hallucinating. I staggered him so thoroughly that I was seeing his second stagger threshold and thought that was what I was needing to hit. Okay, we're good. We survived. Okay. Now we just have to clutch up here. What is this? How much damage do we need to kill? I want to try to like... I want to spread my damage like well enough. I need some pride resources. I think this is good. I really hope this kills the little guy. Maybe I should just commit.
점 찍었네.
지금이다. 대골 빠가지 거미 대가리. 자!
Yeah, it was good to commit. They don't talk about personal lives when deploys, be nobodies and such. Yeah, that would make sense. Okay, it's just back to Ricardo now.
깜짝 어트랙션을.
Can we clash with him?
이렇게 뜨고 집중하면
Favored, hopeless.
어려울 것도 없지 않겠는가?
Well, we can change that around. Oh, not so big now, are you, big boy? Where's all that smugness now?
아류산 소통의 칼씨. 갈라지도록.
I mean, I just want everything more out of Project Moon. The little brother ran away. He chickened out, dude.
나를 따라해보는 거야?
I'm assuming away, but we'll see. I mean, we'll see. I don't know. The issue is the city is so effing big that there's so hard to like explore everything, but I would hope that they give us more about these background characters with Haishu pack and stuff like that. I'm guessing since we've got, you know, Honglu's Intervalido next, or not Intervalio, Kanto next. God, okay, he's so big. What his next stagger threshold is very close. I don't think most of us can't even clash with him right now. 7 speed, okay. So who can clash and has low speed? Okay, it would be Otis. I think Otis is our only slow one who can actually clash. No, Ryoshu can clash, but that's not beneficial. Okay, we'll send you over here. Oh, Ryoshu can't clash. Okay, well, we can do that at least. We can only get 2 of these. And it's not gonna... We're gonna have to go for another stagger hope here. Fingers crossed.
떨거지는 잘라낸다. 엎드리도록.
Oh, we're so close. I think we got it though with the rest of us.
up.
피나르를 시작하자.
When your Zodiac gets to show up, you can say, yo, that's me. Man, what Zodiac am I? I think I'm a rabbit. Am I a rabbit? I can't remember.
여행에는 목적이 있었지.
Or am I a rat? I should look at that. I remember I would go and look at like a Chinese like when I went to a Chinese restaurant with my family, they would always have those at the placemats. And me and my siblings would always fight about whose animal was cooler. My brother had the dragon, which was so stupid. He always was able to claim that he was the best, and we had to make excuses as to why. So stupid. Did the same, but only child. Hey, you didn't have anyone to beef with. You were just, by default, the best. Wait! A shout cuts across the battlefield, just as the sudden appearance of Ricardo is making things incredibly more difficult for us. Ah! Ah! Huh? Didn't that guy split? What's he doing here, laughing his butt off? You finally lost the plot, eh? Failed the plan after failed plan takes a toll, I suppose. Oh, maybe that was too much. But I mean, how could I not laugh, right? When after all that, everything comes together perfectly according to my plan. You hear this too, don't you? The sound of the city, the sound of the backstreets. Do you hear the sound of crashing waves? Waves? When the sound of battle came to a stop with Shiyua's sudden shout, we all suddenly began to notice the low crawling sounds of omen that had been swirling under the commotion. Something's melting, regurgitating, or perhaps boiling over. If not, it's seeping, it's siphoning, it's a trace that was once living and dead. Crashing and breaking, devoid of any recognizable stops. The lines between where it begins and ends blurred. Yes, like waves. Current time is 3:21 hours. Then it's too late. The night in the back streets. We've never been outside the bus at this hour, have we? It was past 4 in the morning when we briefly set foot on the outskirts, so no, we have. This would be our second time. Though it must be noted that the time of day was not a matter of concern then, as we were in the outskirts. They're finally getting all swept away like trash. Oh, how I waited for this moment. What's he on about? You can't possibly be thinking that the sweepers will somehow break the taboo to help you. Still missing the point. Botched purple dye job. Silu, let us leave to the promised location. Huh? Did he actually scamper all the way here just to gloat at us and run away? Indeed, Shiyua gloated at us with a confident boast as though he was finally ready to face us. only to turn tail again with an unmistakable look of relief. I don't get it. Does he actually believe that the sweepers will help him? Faust? Indeed, sweepers do not invade residential areas. However, what if where we're standing isn't actually a residential area? What are you talking about? Look, this place has got walls, beds, beddings, and I guess the walls felt weirdly mushy and melty. It wasn't just Rodeo who realized what was going on. The other sinners all began to look around in confusion as well. The walls of the Kazan had all melted away, leaving nothing behind, as though the palace we slept the night in was but a house in a painting. A realization came too late, as the wave-like noise from earlier had already encroached right up to where we were. And unlike the other times, when they simply part around the bus, they were cutting straight into the remnants of our lodging. 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 5 1 2 4 1 1 1 1 5 5 5 3 2 2 2 2 0 0 3 3 3 1 1 5 5 4 4 9 5 4 4 1 7 3 3. Oh, what's going on? Why? There. This is ridiculous. Sweepers. How dare they break the taboo so brazenly? Yeah, I guess that is, yeah, they only last an hour. Yeah, no translator. I haven't played Ruina. I know I heard there were sweepers in Ruina, but I have no idea if they were translated ever. Heh, looks like I'll be facing the waves tonight. Why do you sound excited about this? I mean, we've got to... Let's make some things clear. It's clear that if we do nothing but stand around, they'll sweep us all away. 415191 772. Damn it, we have to make our stand here. Yes, it's time. Let's sweep. Faust and Dante, but Dante's unlikely. I feel like we would have known already. Like, I feel like Dante would have said something if he was able to hear them. Oh, here it is. Night in the backstreets. Let's fight.
참 설레는구려.
I'm ready for some sweeping action. Oh my god. Oh, it's awesome. Oh, you can see Ricardo fighting with the brothers in the back. Oh, this is awesome. Oh, this is everything I wanted. It's peak.
죄인인가?
꿰뚫려라. 본인이 방금 뭘 본 것인가? 엄청나게 강한 일격을. 먹어 치워라.
Oh, the music's so good too. No! Gregor, what are you doing, bro? Oh my god, and we're fighting with Mai too. Oh my gosh, this is so, it's so good. It's so good. I should figure out what they're doing. Okay. Persistence. So this is sweeper B. We have, how many types of sweepers? D. We have D, B, C. A. Oh god, damage taken -10, turn end. If anyone died this turn, you heal 5 HP. On kill, heal 2 to 5% HP. Turn and heal SP equal to the number of surviving sweepers. When joining after wave 2, enter with 30 SP. Oh, great. Do all of them have this? Okay, all of them have those for passives. Okay, they benefit from target having bleed. Okay, inflict paralyze. They got a ton of unbreakable coins. That unbreakable coin inflicts bleed count on a head's hit. It reuses it up to 3 times. Oh god. That's a terrifying skill. Combat start, gain 4 persistence. When taking lethal damage, 80% chance to not take that damage. Heal 60% HP, recover from stagger, and lose the effect. Oh god. Okay. So every time we kill them, there's just a chance they don't die. First wave. Okay, so it's just an indication of wave. I'm guessing most of them have these effects. It's different. This one activates... This one activates bleed on its unbreakable coins. Oh, they just get a free stagger threshold lower. How disgusting. Okay, that's a reusable one. You're different. No, you're the same. So you guys share A and D share a lot of the same. What does A... How do they different? How do they differentiate? They don't. They're just models. Their models are just different. I think C and B are the same too. Yeah, C and B are the same. So there's only 2 kinds, but their models are just slightly different. I know. I think the sweepers are such a fascinating idea. I want to see more about them too. Like, all the different races within the Project Moon universe are such a cool thing that I feel like people don't focus on quite enough, or like put enough emphasis on the fact that there are different races within the world outside of just the humans. I don't think we want them to hit. Hundreds of bodies for cleanup. Yeah, no, exactly. This entire race has been created solely for trash disposal. Like, and that's just the power of the head. They can just do that for create this. Like, this is only a demonstration of a small part of their power. It puts into perspective how small you are in the world. Likely not created and the head contracted them. Do we think that, or... Because how would you control, like, what would you pay these? Like, I guess you pay them with bodies, but still. Okay, so we literally can we one-side guard into that because we're purposely clashing against other people. Okay, no guarding into that. Not that we really want to anyway.
점 찍었네.
Likely just so they can stay alive. They specifically they say they have a contract. Interesting.
저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이게로군.
They're such an interesting race too because they're basically made of liquid, if I remember correctly reading. Like they are just like they're liquid, they're sentient liquid piloting these bodies basically.
차라리 공격은 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
Which is such a cool idea for a fictional race.
내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다.
Yeah, Kool-Aid people.
승리로 이끈 바리에게 해줄 이야기가
Made of juice. So people can become sweepers from Ruina? I'll be playing Ruina at some point, so I guess I'll find out more about it after I beat Lobotomy Corp, because that's what I'm playing through right now. If you check out my YouTube schedule and stuff like that, I am currently in the process of 100%ing Lobotomy Corp. That they take children? Oh. Oh, thank God, we got the roll off on that one. That's one down.
운전의 위대한 이동을 기록하는 중간에 이따가 버스에서 회고해야지 않겠는가?
Where one falls, another takes its place, though, I guess. Ain't no stopping. It's mentioned in Tippereth lore in Lob Corp about their. It's also likely why they have a big push on family. Is it that they have a big push on family, or do they just use that as an endearing term to refer to themselves? Because they're not a hive mind, right? They have their own individual like sense of purpose. Why do they swarm like this, though? Like, are they some kind of cross between a hive mind and just like a hive? Just survival? Oh God. The bees. I mean, I guess it makes sense. They're probably just trying to, like, if they're only allowed out during this time, they're probably trying to rush each other for food. Because only the ones that are going to be able to get to the bodies first are the ones that are going to survive. Bucky, get down, bro. Get down. You're not getting food right now. All right, Greg, it's Garden of Thorns time, buddy. Waiter, more Garden of Thorns, please.
점 찍었네.
Well, I mean, it makes sense. If they're made of liquid, how are you going to kill them? like if they just made this fight feel so much more intense. No, I get you. I love hard fights. I love a hard fight in a game. It's part of why I'm playing Lobotomy Corporation and Elden Ring simultaneously. That being said, I have heard that Blood Fiends kind of make this fight a little bit easier, and I can see why. Oh, you're valid. No worries, Rabbit. We have a set of rules we abide to, of course. If the head demands their service, we must assemble player now. So they are contracted. It'll be really interesting to see. I'm sure at some point we'll meet what the mother is.
자, 이걸로 대신하자.
It'll be interesting to see if that ends up being a boss or if they save that for a future game.
이때는 보스에서 회고해야지 않겠는가?
Oh boy, alright. If it's dominating, it's fine. The freedom of my time other than being allowed to do what we want. Huh? What did you say? I don't know who I was referring to. I don't know what I was saying. It's not by the will of the sweepers that the men in the backstreets has become a who will be boss. Oh, I'm wondering if the sweeper mother will be like a boss at some point in like Limbus, or if they'll just save that for a later game. You know what would be awesome is like a sweeper horror game kind of thing. I feel like they need to do like, I know Project Moon in and of itself is like soft horror already, but if they actually decided to like go out and make a horror game, that would be awesome. Like a backstreet survival horror game kind of thing, that'd be really interesting. Yeah, so maybe there's just multiple of them and we fight a sweeper queen at some point. There's just, the city is so big, and it's part of why I really like love Project Moon so much, is because it's such a fascinating setting. I love it so much.
이때는 보스에서 회고해야지 않겠는가?
I feel like getting rid of the sweepers would be a head no. Yeah, the way of the bodies getting cleaned. Yeah, I guess, yeah, it really, like, it is their cleanup crew for, like, everything in the city. It makes everything so much easier. Fucking get out from behind me. Oh my god, Faust. Bucky, leave that alone. Okay, there we go. Wave 2 complete. Wave 3 incoming. Oh god, she's all bloody. The city has your billions living in it. Yeah. I don't think that counts sweepers. I mean, maybe, unless sweepers are considered people by the head. I guess that's a whole nother conversation, isn't it, though? Battle was long and grueling. Even Ricardo and his henchmen appeared visibly exhausted after the second wave. Big bro, we messed up. We should have never put you through this trouble in the first place. Don't worry about it, kid. You've taken a brother who came all the way from the south and guided him safely through the labyrinth that is H Corp. I'd say you've done more than enough. No one could have expected what we'd be fighting. Sweepers of all things. If we're able to withstand the sweepers, enemies that could give even the middle trouble, practice makes perfect and perfection makes an expert, huh? I guess Honglu wasn't too far off the mark. I know, I want to hate Ricardo too, but yeah, like the whole like bro culture thing with them is just like, they're just homies. He's just he just likes his hair, bro. Man, we would have been swept away if the Horde had... We would have long been swept away by the Horde if we were still new at this. Ishmael, who was taking this brief downtime to check the sharpness of our harpoon, was right. We've been through something like this before, fighting against the endless horde of enemies, long battles of attrition. It wasn't new. And that very experience was definitely an edge we had against these enemies. Of course. Ooh. We even handled a third wave at this rate? There is no choice but to withstand it. Nothing was certain yet. We still had the third wave to survive. Ow. Carry out your sentences as soon as we survive the third wave. Even when we're all basically in the same boat, that guy can't just can't help but have it out for us, huh? Why would I ever? God! The third wave begins, and with it, the buildings suddenly begin to shift violently. Whoa. Hold on, what's going on? Oh my gosh, they're flying? The buildings are shifting. What's happening? I remember asking all of you guys to read the damn pamphlets. Buildings inside H Corp shift every once in a while. I didn't know it would be like this, but still. Fortunately, it doesn't seem like the buildings is shifting by much, Executive Manager. As soon as Otis finished, an errant building suddenly jutted violently out from the ground, rising in a diagonal burst and struck Ricardo square in the chest, sending him blasting off into the skyline. Damn you! Mark my words, this is all going in the books! Oh my god, we literally have a Team Rocket character. This is awesome. Ricardo wasn't the only one that got practically punched by a building. Big bro! The henchmen of the middle, who had formed a defensive square within the waves, were blasting off in all directions. The middle's blasting off again! Or maybe they were falling? I wasn't sure anymore. What is happening? The movement of the buildings has significantly reduced the enemy population in this area, Dante. This is an opportunity. Ah, now those irritating bastards are off our backs. I think this is definitely more doable now. I can feel the spirit rushing amongst the sinners. Come on, let's do this. We've done this kind of fight 1,000 times. Well, I feel more for the random member of the Corp who's just like has a giant purple-haired, shirtless guy covered in chains fall through their roof, covered in blood and sweeper guts. Like this poor backstreets resident just getting absolutely blindsided by the giant burly man falling through their roof. Like, that's who I feel for. Yes, no, exactly. Swearing at a man of the middle. Let's see, section 5, line 4. Those who cuss in the presence of a big brother shall have their right arm shoved down their throat.
보스에서 회고해야지 않겠어?
There's a reason he's chained to the book. I'll just say that much. Based on this. Alright, I mean, why not? Let's commit to it. It's yearning time. There's ever a time to fire it off.
그저 하염없이 모든 피를 그래 그렇게 황홀히 피어나고 피어나라.
You got one of them. One of them's down. Shows the 5 fingers, and we haven't seen a pinky yet, but man, you would really want to see them. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Ryoshu... I wonder if Ryoshu is an ex-middle member. Although I feel like that's more for... I feel like that's more Merceau type thing. Although I like the theory that Merceau is actually like someone who's distorted before, which is why he's so controlled over him. Like, oh, so controlled over his emotions. Like, because he's distorted, he's afraid he's going to distort again. Which is why he has the chains in his background, as though he's been, like, studied or, like, chained down in the past. Oh my god. What a clash. I have never read the... I need to read all the books from that sort of stuff to get the full theory. I want to do a Project Moon theory channel at some point. Like, I already have one, and I want it survived. Oh my gosh. We did it. Was that the last of them? Current time is 0424 hours. About 10 minutes until the night the backstreets end. But we can relax now given we survived the 3rd wave. The buildings are no longer shifting. Stability has been restored. We did it, Executive Manager. Bloody hell, finally! The sinners all collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. There was a Kezan here, but it's gone now. Despite the fact that we haven't moved from our initial positions, there wasn't even a trace of it having been here. Canned experience. They likely extract experience from people. The cans make them feel exactly what you want them to feel. Like suicide vending machines. Likes you experience death. Do you think he was a part of that? That was one hell of a battle, man. I thought I was done for. This is killing me. I don't know if I could have survived that. Hair-brained obsessed loon was here to draw some of them away. Guess we got something to thank him for. Merceau is confirmed as an ex-N Corp employee. Oh. So that's all they got in a head-on battle. Art thou acquainted with these foes, young Ryoshu? OFC, I've heard of them. Their scent of blood, 'twas faint, but it cannot be, no. It would be best not to linger over long on this thought. Okay, so that basically confirms that it's human blood. But faint. So they all were human at some point. Maybe? Why not dig deeper? Letting imperial inspiration slip through your fingers is the death of creativity. That's the most artful thing you've said, Ryoshu. I said I won't linger on it. Don't rush me. Whatever. How uninspiring. If a sweeper were to stab a blood fiend. Guys, now's not the time to bicker. Ryoshu and Don Quixote's words were indeed unnerving, but we'd have plenty of time to discuss that once we return to the bus. Would a blood fiend heal faster than it's drank? They can just suck each other. Infinite suck achieved. How to create infinite power. This is just new L Corp singularity. It's just a blood fiend and a sweeper attached to each other. Oh, that would explain why they do bleed damage. Her source is literally about a man torturing people to create a piece depicting hell. Well, that wouldn't be the only reference to hell. I know Faust is probably going to be the last Kanto. Like, it feels like they can't just, like, with her having like the Mephistopheles engine. She is confirmed. Okay, that makes sense. Like, you can't have the Mephistopheles engine in the background of your ego art and not be the final Kanto. Oh, we do. I didn't even know we had a confirmed Kanto order. Oh, I see. If we can return in one piece. One Piece mention? Shiyuya. I'll be frank, that was impressive. I thought for sure you'd have been long swept away by now. Shut up! Shiyuya must have been waiting somewhere nearby to watch us die because it did not take long for him to appear before us. Perhaps they agreed upon a new deal while we were fending off the waves of sweepers. The Mao branch and the Zilu were both approaching us in an intimidating gait that contrasted with their earlier passivity. Damn it. Executive Manager, we've had too many high-risk, high-fatigue battles in succession. We'll have 36 Kantos? Why do you believe we'll have 36? More sinners? The game is based off of the Divine Comedy, which is 3 books. Maybe they weren't originally planning on it being that, but I'm sure now at this point, now at this point, it wouldn't surprise me if they plan on continuing it. Yeah, Inferno drop down, that would make sense. Well, at least that's good to know that they're going to be supporting this for ages. All hail Project Moon. Hey, this is a good time for me to invest in it, bro. Oh, I have been fueling their pockets so heavily. I have been fueling their pockets so heavily. I feel ashamed. I can't say. I hate to offer such disloyal advice, but it seems wise to avoid this battle at all costs. That don't seem like an option to me. I look around. Most of the sinners were either dead, trampled, and chopped into small, unrecognizable pieces. They were barely holding on at best. Not like super heavily, but you definitely spent more than you usually do on live service games. Oh, same. Their monetization is really nice compared to some other gachas I've played. So I've been tempted to spend a little bit here and there. These are the 3 main enemy groups. The literature's the Marked and the Beast pack. 3 main enemy groups. Wait, what? Are you talking about, like, for packs? For, like, the mirror dungeon? The literature's the Marked and the Beast. I'm a little confused. I can bring them back. I always do. But when they've completely surrounded us, I don't know if I can bring them back in time to protect me. They might cut the sinners down as soon as they get back up. Well, this was within my predictions. I could simply finish off anyone that hasn't been swept away. Now, a stage is set for my ascension. For the next 10 minutes, no sweepers, let alone anyone, is coming here. You know why? Because who in their right mind would leave their homes when the night in the backstreets is still ongoing? And it looks like that annoying idiot from the middle has been taken care of, too. Somehow. Bah! How much of this was your plan? How much, you ask? The whole thing, of course. All the way back to that construction site that blocked your path. The one who deceived that unscrupulous fool of your company, that was me. The one who put the pitiful King Tao, who doesn't even have a family name, with you. It was me. The one who contracted the Triax office to challenge you for a duel. It was me. It was me, Barry. And guess who it was that relayed your real-time location to all kinds of forces in the district? Yes, it was me. And this trashy lodging without a residential permit, haha, all devised by none other than yours truly, using Q Corp's technology. I see. Ah, oh, it's so good. It was so good, wasn't it? It was the perfect strategy. What did you think? Aren't I great? Aren't I so utterly clever? This is exactly why I deserve to be the next family hire. A folly to speak those words. Bucky, get down, bro. An unfamiliar voice echoes from the dust. Echoes from the dark. There was neither animosity nor hospitality, only utter sincerity and utter serenity and nothing else. The speaker approached us, walking under the narrow ray of moonlight that shone between the shifted buildings. In his hand was a decapitated head, illuminated in the pale light. Blood dribbles from the severed neck, and the wide-open eyes remain frozen in its final moments, filled with utter terror. He walks towards us, one step with the drip of the blood. Oh, instep. It can't be. Jia Kui? I knew Yuya was working for someone. It was him. Why do you have Qing Tao's head? I have brought back the wayward pet to his master, that it may once again be leashed. Bucky, stop, bro. Why are you biting my cables? I'm sure I'll find out about stuff like that. I'll find out when I play Ruina. Oh, I've seen this girl drawn. Hold up. Sorry, I needed to get my spray bottle. He is a pro cable eater, bro. It's like, he's trying, and ironically, the cable he's trying to bite is the cat cam cable. He's trying to eat the cat cam cable. No more cat cam. There is a serpent, my lord. Leave it. We need to shoo it away. What? What? You were loaned the Haishu packs that you may simply get in their way. No more. I see. Was there a sudden change of heart once you held the leash in your hands? That to return to the Shi family side would be to your benefit? No, you knew everything all along? What I must ask is everything to you. Your vision is too limited for my lord's wisdom to comprehend. The wise fails to peer through the narrow-sighted eyes of the fool. But if by everything you refer to how you feigned abandonment from the Shi family to secure my lord's trust, indeed, it could be said that we do know everything. Don't kill me, please, please don't kill me. I'll share with you the most guarded secrets. The Shi family, right, the 10 blades of the east, yes, the But Shi Yuya could speak no more. For a serpentine blade struck from the umbra and separated his head from his torso with ease. Little Yuya, have I not warned you time and time again to guard your tongue against the creeping desperation? I believe that we have gathered the intelligence we had hoped to collect, my lord. You needn't pursue the serpent, Zilu. His voice boomed as he commanded those who appeared to be his officers. The tall, built man took a ponderous step towards the shadows and stood before us. With an enigmatic expression, he wordlessly looked at Yuya's decapitated head now lying on the ground, and then at us. It was as though he was gazing upon the clouds or blades of grass. Oh, reference to what Honglu what? I shall take them with me. He picked up Yuya's decapitated head before gesturing at his officer with a nod. Ah, here it is, my lord. Wrap their heads with stasis wraps, and decomposition won't set in anytime soon. And with those bandages, he begins to wrap them up in a practiced motion. He does not pay us any heed, as though we weren't even worth the attention. Return to me once you are finished here. Yes, my lord. Hold on, you can't just show up out of nowhere and... He did not reply, his eyes gazing yet reflecting nothing but hollow emptiness. And just as he emerged from the darkness, he vanished into the shadows, carrying 2 decapitated heads. Wow. That was a crazy series of events. That was all after the sweeping. Oh my gosh. Okay, how many more do we have? Is this the last one? Yeah, this is the last one. Okay, let's finish this. Things weren't looking any better. That was awesome. That was the best fight we've done in this game so far. That was so much fun. It wasn't hard necessarily. I'm sure if I do the hard mode, it's gonna be a lot harder. But that was the ambiance, the intensity. Oh, so good. God, Project Moon just keeps getting better and better with these. You can tell that the money's going into a good place. I'm so excited to see what they keep doing. I could instinctively tell that they were different from anyone or anything we'd faced in Honyang so far. I don't suppose our lord left them alive only for us to slay them. then perhaps it would be apt that I introduce myself, as it is common courtesy to do so. Call me Zingong. I am but a humble student of my lord, Master Q's teachings, or Master Key's teachings. My lord, Master Key, somehow I was reminded of the discussion King Tao refused to finish. For when the far one comes, betwixt the burnt doors shall a star fall astray. As for the song, it's a song that became rather popular in the backstreets in the recent months. This is not the place to discuss such matters. I will share a tale in a more appropriate setting later, should we come across it. Name's Dante. I'm the manager. I decided to speak up, struggling through the pressure. I instinctively knew that we had to find out as much as we could about that man from earlier. They introduced themselves as Manager Dante. I see. Your candidness is appreciated. Zilu, withdraw the Mao. It seems that we need not contend with them at the moment. Oh my gosh, a squirrel in your wall? Oh, you're fine, Connie. Very well. It seemed that they had the very same thought about us. Now, is that sufficient proof of our intent to engage in a brief discourse? To discuss some matters with you, to mark a courtly ending to this encounter should it be a benefit to us. For the prospects of our future, so ask away, as they say. The beast pack leader has a snake motif purple too. Will this person be a part of that team? Are you talking about the girl? What was her name? Oops, not Otto. Zilu? Oh, their leader. Oh, because he turned purple when they shot. Or when he did his attack. I guess I didn't even know that would explain why they called about the serpentine blade. Does that mean one Haishu pack is stronger than the other ones? Oh. That's when Jia Zishung stepped forward after having retreated from the domineering presence. So, that's what those suspicious songs I heard in the backstreets were about? It's about you guys, wasn't it? So are those lyrics true? Ah, so that is what you wish to know. Jishun of the Jia family, it is said that you possess talent in rhetoric, yet walk a path beclouded by concern and anxiety. Truly, your insignificance precludes your part in greatness. No, are you telling me that my siblings were right about their dragon zodiacs being the strongest? No, it's so over for me. I'll never win another conversation with them. Win a conversation? You win debates, not conversation. What am I? I can win a conversation. Wait, don't speak for me. I would have been the first to say anything if I thought she was wrong. Yes, my lady. Shi Yuya, you're the one who sent him after us, right? Close, yet not exact. He was an agent of the Shi family, sent to spy on my lord's doings. We had bestowed him control of a Haishu pack, for we had found his conduct shallow, and saw a means of learning more of the Shi family's machinations. Yet it seems that, once granted power, the boy mistook himself for a man with wherewithal to represent the Shi family. So you used him, just as he sought to use us, though he was quite shallow in his strategy compared to our own. So, what now? I don't think you're looking to kill us, right? Do nothing. Do what? Now nothing. Do whatever it was that you had sought to accomplish here. You're letting 2 of your master's rivals go just like that? What a strange thing to say. Look around as I might. I fail to see any rivals here. Then why did you order Yuya to attack us? You said it yourself. You're not even our rivals. 1,000 rats or 1 dragon? I mean, 1,000 rats. Probably. Oh, well, look at like this. The rabbits and rats are numbers, but the dragon could be a super powerful single guy. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I didn't even read that properly. The manager inquires why you commanded Yuya to carry out this assault against the Limbus Company. They fear, yet they seek to understand through that fear. Imagine they got hella coordination. I mean, I would hope so if they're these acclaimed packs of individuals. Yet they remain wanting in a certain perspicacity. My gosh, some of these words, man. I thought I had an English language. Like, I had a grip on the English language. My lord has always said that if one leans not from a plight, then no discourse with them shall bear fruit. Instead of giving me a straight answer, Zigong left me with only a puzzling comments before she brushed past us. I have given you courtesy enough. This is a good time for us to depart. Now, do stay nicely within your borders, as you have remained there thus far. I would greatly despise an odd splash of ink marring the great painting. With that, Zigong walked into the shadows cast beneath the forest of buildings. Zilu and the countless Haishu that surrounded us also disappeared with them. Finally. House was made of ink. They called it Q Corp tech. Yeah. I'm making like a running list of all the stuff that we know about Corps, because I want to make a video about it, but I'm holding off on making any videos. Talisman was Q Corp tech too. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they end up doing for, like, what the Q Corp singularity is. It seems almost mystical in nature. But nothing's mystical necessarily. Most things are like somewhat explained in Q for magic nonsense. Like there's gotta be like, I mean, obviously things are kind of mystical within the realm of it, but talismans that do different effects on what's written, but maybe that's the ink itself. That would make sense. I would imagine it's like ink magic or like written stuff. I wonder if the talisman, like, if there's any reference to Q Corp in the talisman abnormalities. That'd be interesting to know. I looked around just in time to see Otis collapse while the rest of the sinners lay dead or barely clinging to life. Bucky, no. You're stepping on my... You're getting close to the power cord, buddy. And there was Xia Jishung, who had collapsed on the floor as well, and Wei, who was tending to her wounds. They took the heads for... Oh! I forgot about that mention. That makes sense. Lucky, leave my stuff alone, buddy. You're so cute, but you're being problematic. I know you want me to go to bed. It's very late, I know. We're finishing up, okay, buddy? And me, who somehow survived through all that without getting decapitated. Dude, you want me to hold your hand? Is that what this is? And the night that put us through multiple brushes with death came to an end. The day breaks. Yeah, and that's pretty much everything that happened. That Big Brother key, I see. Once the day broke, we decided to take a quick walk outside to recover a little from the exhaustion of the night. It was also to decide our course of action from here on. And we also had to decide if we wanted to travel with Jia Zisheng, with whom we shared our destination. I would imagine we're going to. They can't just drop stuff like that without elaborating at least a little bit more. Especially with like all the lore we got in H Corp. I would imagine if we have to go back to H Corp to address that sort of stuff, we're going to be getting a lot more about it. Then again, they just like dropped stuff about U Corp and then they didn't even like give us any details. So who knows? Hello, did you just forget to make a concerned face or something? How are you maintaining that irritating poker face through this whole conversation? Of course not. Classic Jia family secrecy, huh? Always hiding something. I bet you are too. If you are, you better spit it out now. I don't have time to casually stroll about with my to-be enemy. Zisheng, I have always said the seat of the family hierarch is of no... Fine. Even if you're lying, I do know that you haven't prepared anything for your assignment anyway. Well, it would make sense that he does. He is shown. Oh, the experiences of his eye. That would make sense. That's interesting. Changing the subject. Jia Zisheng, who was chatting with Honglu, methodically slowed down enough to walk next to me, as though she was executing steps of a plan. You lead my brother's faction, don't you? About what I wanted to talk to you about what I wanted to talk to you about earlier. I guess I do for now, I guess. Earlier. Oh, this is about our conversation back at the Kazan. Oh, brother, translations, please. Haha, of course. Dante is unquestionably our manager. Great, let me make a proposal then. Become my faction for the duration of the family hierarch evaluations. Help me out. What? We're adding a sinner? It's, can we do that? Can we do that? Why not? You guys managed to stall even the sweepers. That means you command a formidable force. Besides, you're headed to the family mansion anyway, aren't you? You just don't know what to do once you get there. And as for competition, well, my brother doesn't care about the whole thing anyway. So why don't you join me? Help me become the family hierarch. I'm not like our older siblings. I always pay my debts, whether that's a favor or for a grudge. If you can't trust me, I'm happy to make a written... Can we do that, Faust? Faust deems Jia Zisheng's plan, her explanation of it at least, rather flawless. Having such an ally at the apex of a wing will be a great boon to the Limbus company as well. I guess so. Then I don't see any reason to refuse her offer. Honglu, who's been listening in on our conversation, boiled the discussion down to a clear explanation and relayed it to Jia. Heh, perfect. Or Zisheng, I guess. Jia is their family name. It is said that the formation of such alliances would come with a grand banquet to mark the occasion and to cement the upcoming coalition. All right. How much do we want to bet the next line is going to be Dawn? The banquet's on me. Once we get closer to the central zone, let's find a nice caisson to discuss our ventures together. You're Dante, right? Let's make this thing work. Let's... Oh, no, I guess, Dawn wasn't listening. I was still bewitched by the turn of events, but Jia Jicheng reached out for a handshake with such earnestness that I found myself almost drawn to shake her hand in return. Now that I think about it, this is the first time we ever made ourselves an ally that wasn't specifically selected by the company, huh? Well, if that's the case, I really hope we can have at least one ally who doesn't meet a terrible end. After the banquet. We walked out of the caisson to find the Mephistopheles waiting for us in the middle of the road. Wow, I never thought about it, but now that it's just standing like that in the middle of the street, it really stands out, doesn't it? Is this your usual ride? The end game? Wait, what? I just am excited for a new pass, a new, like, mirror dungeon. I'm excited just for everything. I'm just excited. I'm excited. God, I love Limbus Company. Glad to see you're all safe. Saude! You didn't die. Good job. Saude and Pilot walked out from inside the bus. Uh-huh. So, did you guys take care of the business? I have some more pressing things to talk about. Listen well, do you have any idea how much trouble your subordinate's little connection? Yes, Miss Faust already gave me the report. Pilot. Oh boy, yes ma'am. By the way, he's awkwardly stepping forward. He probably got a hell of a talking to from Saude. Real mighty sorry about that, y'all. I've only ever been a part of eradication missions, never in this espionage business, so... Pilot, what did I say about mixing excuses into an apology? Forget what I said. Real mighty sorry, for real. The King Tao guy approached me and sweet-talked me into going along with that plan of his. So I got too cocky, assuming that I knew better than my seniors. I'm sorry too. I forgot that he's still a new guy in the business. Of course, he'd be prone to making these mistakes. We're at the level where 1k damage on an S3 or Ego is not bad. Imagine what down the line we can see 10k is not enough. I'm really excited. It's like Lobotomy Corp scaling, where it's like at the beginning it's like, oh my god, Magic Bullet is so good, and now once you get to the end game, the Magic Bullet Ego is like, well, we could probably just replace this with something else. Typical RPG fashion of killing God. Looks like we'll both be writing letters to explain our failure together, huh? Well, Purg comes next month? God bless, it's about damn time. What Ego ID do I want to see? Oh god. I've only played through, like, most of Lobotomy Corporation. So, if I had to say an Ego ID, I'm gonna have to be picking an abnormality. So... if I had to pick an abnormality from Lobotomy Corporation that I think would make a great ID. Let me think. I'm trying to think of my favorite ones that I've encountered so far. They wouldn't do nothing there because that's an Aleph. It'd probably be like a Teth or like maybe a He. Let me think back to my facility. I'm trying to think here. Queen of Hatred? That would be fun. I wonder if they would do the magical, like 2 of the magical girl egos. It'd be interesting to see if they did that. I'd have to pull up a list. Crumbling armor. That's a decent idea as to one. Hold up a second. Abnolist Lob Corp. I gotta remember. I'm tired, so my names aren't coming off the top of my head here. Queen could be a ring yi sang like thing and do a little bit of each. Ryoshu you can see crumbling. Yeah, I would see it, but we just like got a Ryoshu ID, so I don't think they'd do another Ryoshu. Gregor doesn't have, like, I'm guessing like this has got to be for people who don't have Walpurgisnacht IDs, which would mean Ishmael's on the table. Because I don't think Ishmael has, she only has wing beat. And then that would mean Gregor as well. The button, I doubt they would do something like that, but that would be really funny. Why can't I get a list? Bruh. Oh, here we are. I wonder if they do the birds. Like I imagine they do it at some point. Like Big Bird? I could see I would love to see Big Bird. I would love to see Big Bird or Justica get stuff. Yeah, Big Bird, Justica, but honestly, like, because it's probably going to be only a he related one, maybe Helper? But if we're going WoW, it's gotta be Big Bird. Like, how can we not? Like, how could we not have Big Bird? Singing Machine? Yeah, I guess that's an option. But now I know for sure what I would want to see is Big Bird or Judgment Bird. But if we need to pick a he or a Teth that's going to be it, then it'd be Punishing Bird. You're both getting disciplined for this. The disciplinary action is unlikely to be anything of significance. The LCB team came out unscathed, all things considered. However, it is likely that they may have to work for half a year without pay. God damn. I consider it a win if all we're getting is docked pay. Next time, I do promise, next time I'm gonna get real good at this job. I'm gonna become someone who can actually provide good assistance to y'all. Of course, Pilot, you really should. In fact, you will have no choice but to become a contributing member of the team when I'm done with you. Let's really get to it, huh? No one's dying or getting fired under my watch as long as I'm the manager. I'll make sure of that. Yeah. Oh, right. Almost forgot to tell you, Saude. It's real important business stuff. Going forward, we're gonna... Oh yeah, I was going to bring that up sooner or later. We just got orders from the LCA. Saude provided a small device from her pockets and began reading from it. Upon arrival to the central zone of H Corp, the LCB will participate in the family hierarchy evaluation with a candidate. We were going anyway. Now this bus team faction is going to be my... The LCB will present the following sinner as their chosen candidate. Sinner 6, Hung Lu. What? What? You can't do that. What the hell? You, all of you, I'm gonna make you throw up everything you just ate, you assholes. What an end. What an end. Oh, it can. That can be a loading screen. That's hilarious. All right. Well, that was Midnight Sweeping. Thank you everybody for tuning in. And thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you as a part of the Kiwi cult. Look, you've got a little bird now too to join. Let's do some extractions. I want my high shoe. I want my pack. We're gonna have to do individuals though. May you roll well and piss better. I will. Yeah, yeah, I'll looks like we're not getting anything. All right, good night, everybody. You all take care of yourselves. Stay safe, stay fresh. I'll be back tomorrow with Lobotomy Corporation. So hope to see you there, but otherwise, have a good weekend. Take care of yourselves out there. Bucky, say hi. Okay, goodbye. Good night, everybody. Take care of yourselves. you